Get out there and fly. Time's wasting. You've seen the floaters in the sky? Get out there and fly. Time's wasting.
I don't think I knew she had voice acting. Oh god, is she gonna say something for every one of these we do?
That'll give the dancers a show.
Yep, she's gonna say something for each one of these. Good morning, Loner. Blade Taval, Mike Clamano. Yeah, I don't think I've heard this voice, but then again, as I said before,
Buzz the resort.
I overwhelmingly play this game on mute. I usually only unmute the game when a new episode comes out. I could probably also mention the arrows are effectively wrong here, but, you know, whatever. Hi, DJT. I don't see this one very often. So I do want to apologize for yesterday, for being the worst stream ever made in the history of the ever. It's pretty bad when you think about it. I mean...
The Rock in the Bay is a favorite place for glider flyers to visit.
Like, have you seen other people's streams? They're terrible. So... For those of you on the VOD, for a bit of historical context, I had just finished Outer Wilds and rushed to get some food cooked and then eaten and do my midday exercises while simultaneously getting a rumination recorded and planned because I had to make sure it fit the 22-minute mark.
I hope you had a fun... Get out there and fly. Time's wasting.
And, you know, all that stuff. I had to do all that stuff and get it all ready to go. And in the consequence, I made one mistake. Just the one. But you know me, I notice all my mistakes because I'm terrible and awful. And that mistake was we shouldn't have done TOS yesterday. Oh yeah, also the servers are going down in about an hour and a half, so that's fun. Hopefully it's only going down for a brief snippet. Hopefully. But yeah, we weren't supposed to do TOS yet. We were supposed to do TOS when we do the temporal arc. Whoops. So just do me a favor and remember all that wonderful foreshadowing and build-up and all the character points that won't actually be coming up for, you know, quite a while at this point. Might be. What we were supposed to do was we're going to do the intros in a specific order. And we're going to be lining everything up in a rather specific order. Even though this isn't a lore run, I do still think there's a best order to view the content in and a best order to review the content in. So, let's hop over here. And let's go make a Klingon, which will be the next thing we do. Yeah, let's switch to Klingon music. Wait. Let's say thank you to Justin first. Thank you, Justin. Always appreciate that support. And I'll put that towards Diablo 1, if you give me a minute. No, so I'll tell you the specific order we're doing them in. We're doing Klingon, then Federation, then we're not doing any early stuff, so we're just going to go forward a little bit. Then we're going to do Romulan, and then we're going to continue the story arc for a bit. Then a little bit further on, we're going to do, I guess TOS would have been next. Then we continue through the temporal arc. Then we're going to do Gamma, that is to say Jem'Hadar. Then we're going to do the Gamma arc. And then we're going to do Discovery, and then do the Discovery arc. And that's the order in which we're going to make them. Again, my bad. As a fresh reminder, if you are any of the people I'm about to say out loud, do me a favor, get a hold of me, and tell me what you want to put $5 of your choice towards. It's a medieval story, but if you are Sign of the Emperor, Snicker Friend, Fuzzy Duck, Churin, Jeffrey Chaney, Nova Knight, Jesse P, A Puff of Logic, Man with Eel, Codex, Games and Goals, Berenian, Slim Jim Reborn, Ranzada, Devi, Gwahir the Windlord, Harian. I think I saw Harian earlier. Already got it right. Croatia, So Dead Inside, Galtori, Epic, or Panka. Oh, we got Panka. We got Panka. So if you're any of those people, poke me. So, yeah, like I've got that kind of time zacked up. You know how much time I had this morning? I had a protein drink, a protein smoothie for breakfast, because I didn't have time to cook anything. We need some Klingon music. Let's see, what would be some good Klingon music? Hang on. I know the perfect song. Give me a second. I'm not sure. It should be right here. It's not, of course, because screw me. Oh, for God's sakes. There it is. Okay. Klingons. So, Klingons suck. We actually talked about that yesterday. So, I don't actually have much else to add to them other than that they suck. Be aware of that. You can be a gross Klingon or a proper Klingon. That's up to you. You can also play a Gorn. The Gorn look pretty cool, actually. I'm rather fond of them. A Lethian. Points if you even remember who the Lethians are. A liberated Borg Klingon, which, that's whatever. A Nausicaan, if you're weird. An Orion, if you're female. A Talaxian, don't ask. Or an Alien. Now, I actually talked about Alien yesterday, but as a... Sorry, Linear with... Yes, we're already 5 hours in. So, this is our second shift now. The alien... I already talked about the aliens. The aliens are very, very simple. They are whatever you want. All the sliders are unlocked to all maximum potential. It is the custom race option. It's there for people who want to make their own unique species, but let's be honest with ourselves, most people just use it to go absolutely ridiculous with whatever customization options they want to put in, because again, all of the sliders are unlocked for this one. We're gonna go Klingon, because of course we are. See you around, Valerian. Okay, so same general options: engineering, science, or tactical. Now we all know Klingons can't be science or engineers. That's just logic. So have to be tactical. Now we're not going to spend much time on this, but there's actually a decent amount of options as before. I don't have anything else to really add to that one, so we can change the uniform out a bit. So if you want to look like the TOS Klingons or variants on the TNG Klingons. I personally prefer this one of the options because those stupid shoulder pads are really stupid looking. Not as stupid as Romulan shoulder pads, but what can you do? Who wants to be our Klingon? I don't blame you, Mike Romano. They were in literally one episode. I think they were mentioned in 3, but they were in 1. Is anybody? Nobody? Nobody wants to be a Klingon. It's all you, Roman Cure. Oh, okay, we'll make DJT. DJT. It's now Klingon. On the IKS Roman Cure. Really hope you like Ryza. You are a second officer aboard a Klingon bird, currently in charge of the Night Watch. You are in command of the ship while Captain Jurlek and First Officer Doran are off duty. Your shift is nearing its end. Third Officer Lieutenant Kagan would like to have a word with you before you leave the bridge. God Dang, and the Klingons, of course, like to run around bonking into bulkheads because they keep their ships this dark. Because they're dumb.
The end of the shift is near, at last. I have updated the duty logs. Not that there was a lot to report. Still, we have our duties. You will need to approve the logs before the captain arrives. Unless you are fond of cleaning up after his tog.
Oh well, Lieutenant.
The logs are up on my station now. Use it to transfer them into the record of battle. Ha! Battle. The only battle we face is against the forces of boredom. We are the Empire. We should be finding glory against Starfleet in honorable combat, and flying through empty space.
Might be too loud now that I think about it. Yeah, I'll just turn that thing down. Screw it. Of course, that's too quiet. Because of course it is. Remember your place, Lieutenant. Oh yeah, by the way, the Klingons are at war with the Federation right now. Right, I should probably do something really quick here. Yeah, I'll just load it.
I hope the logs didn't bore you too much. I almost fell asleep writing them. If you'd like something more entertaining, I've made some adjustments to the standard disruptor training program on the holodeck. I think you'll find them interesting.
Anything would be better at shooting drones.
Captain on the bridge!
So yeah, sorry, let's get across a little bit of timeline. This is 20 years after Nemesis, okay? So, it's been a minute. Deep Space Nine has come and gone. Star Trek Nemesis has come and gone. Voyager's come back. And at this point in time, there's actually a lot going on, but I'm going to try and summarize it because there's only a few things that really matter to you. So, Chancellor Martok... can I turn up the darkness? I might not be able to. Yep, nope. I think we're stuck with it. Double check some things here, but I'm pretty sure we're just stuck with it. Oh, we can turn off lighting 2.0. Oh my god, that's actually worse. That's actually worse. We can turn off shadows. That, ironically, doesn't help that much. So, hang on, Lunarith. Hang on. Chancellor Martok fought this Klingon you've never really heard about before, named Jimpok. All you need to know about Jimpok is he's a little bit more typical of a Klingon. So he killed Martok, kind of pushed Worf out of a position of power, and pulled away from the Khitomer Accords with the Federation. Now, that's whatever. That's, you know, it's problematic, but that situation has de-escalated down to the point of actual conflict. So... we've talked about different tiers of war before in several fictions. We're not at a state of total war between each other, but we are at a state of, I think, what I would usually refer to as border skirmishes. Both sides are free to attack each other because there's an open declared state of war, but there's not a lot of active large-scale fleet movement between the Klingons and the Federation. So it's like 3 steps below total war, but a step up from not being at war at all. Make sense? So that's, yeah, it's kind of like Kirk's time. It's a little bit in that particular slice there. Yes, the Klingon Empire. You'll see what that's all about in a minute. So yeah, Kirk's time is not a bad example. There's they're not going full tilt into each other because both sides can't afford that and frankly don't want that. But they're not exactly friendly, and there is fighting between the two sides, as we'll see several times. So that's why he talks about the fact, over here, Lieutenant Jackass, talks about the fact that he wants to go be fighting Starfleet. So it's a little bit different. Now, there's reasons why. We're not covering that right now. There's also a lot else going on right now. We're not covering that right now. All you need to know is that the Klingon Empire is trying to be shocked, currently destabilizing pretty badly. And I just want you to remember that for next week when that loops around and I talk about how stupid that is. Moving on.
Nook, I see you and Kagan kept my ship from blowing up during your watch. Kahless would be proud. I relieve you. Return in 6 hours, Lieutenant. You are dismissed.
And yeah, by the way, so the reason the Gorn, Lethians, Nausicaans, and others races are and the Orions are playable is they've been conquered. The Klingon Empire has claimed and crushed most of those peoples and organizations, and they've been folded into the KDF. So that's why that's an option. Map going here. Good morning, Space Cadet. Alright, time to fight some Federation slime. Die, monster. Cation scum. Hello, Beefheart. Who is not a Cation scum. Death to the enemies of the Empire, and to the living. Well, the Syndicate... it is actually more complicated than just the Empire walked over and stomped on the Syndicate, but the Syndicate is part of the Empire, yes. The Gorn thing, there was other aspects of what they were going to do with the Gorn, and they ended up reworking that for something else. Again, I'm trying to skip over details, mostly because they don't actually matter right now. We do have Orions in Starfleet, but that's, I mean, we have Ferengi in Starfleet. That doesn't mean anything. To be blunt. So yes, that was a holodeck. Back to Darkland. I like to think that, you know, the Klingons, when they go back and forth between the bright holodeck and their ship, they just kind of go, oh, and flail around blindly for a few minutes. That depends on who you ask, Space Cadet. Which I know isn't really the answer you're looking for, but it is the answer that is true. Either way, the Orions haven't been a player on the board for a while at this point historically. And frankly, won't be ever again.
Any news from the bridge? Will we be preparing for battle soon?
You scratch my back.
I dreamt we hadn't run out of blood wine last week. If only that were true.
This is Zelda music, Linnea.
I think Captain Gerlach knows something we don't.
So, the reason that we're playing not in-game music, and never will play in-game music, is because of the fact that what's playing for about 80-ish% of the game is Star Trek music. No, not like Star Trek Take or Star Trek. Literally copy-pasted music from Star Trek, which is extraordinarily copywronged. So rather than have every single one of these VODs either muted or not visible in all countries, we're just playing our own music because screw that.
The rock genome this thing spits out isn't fit for a tar.
It is hard to sleep when we could be in battle at any time.
Well, we can be in battle at any time? Holy crap.
There's only one worthy human delicacy. It is called haggis.
Have you tried that human drink? prune juice? Ugh, it is a warrior's drink.
You're the Sigma. We're ready to receive your prisoner.
Acknowledged. We're beaming the piece of Baktok to you, now. I recommend you muzzle him. The sound of his voice is irritating.
If he irritates me, I will feed him to my favorite targ, piece by piece. Shields! Raise shields!
That was our good friend Wilhelm, the Klingon.
Kapla, you're alive. This is First Officer Duran. We have sustained damage from a surprise attack. I need you to motivate the crew and get them back to their posts.
So I hate to jump in here, but you know how the ships are extraordinarily inconsistent in the actual show? Because the writers can't be bothered with something like consistency? That's generally not true in the game. A Galaxy-class heavy cruiser is a Galaxy-class heavy cruiser. It could have actually stomped the Vorcha and the Bird that we were just there, and honestly did, if you were paying any kind of attention. I just wanted to point that out because that's going to be a recurring theme. Now, you're probably thinking, well, but what about the gameplay? That's completely different. There's actually a really big dividing line between gameplay and story in most of the missions, because, well, let's be honest, we're going to be able to kill literally dozens of ships by ourselves because we're the PC, because it's a video game. But in the story and the cutscenes, big difference. This is actually really common in a lot of video games where, you know, something that happens in a cutscene happens, and something that happens in gameplay doesn't. Yeah, we'll be able to fight the Borg in gameplay. In story, anyways. Yeah, there's... Moving on. Okay, so... No, I don't want to play that. Where's the frickin'... There we go. Okay, so now we've got... Now that everything's going to hell, let's actually get this music going.
Today is a good day to die.
Yeah, we'll talk about how that's a negative to story when we get there. It's actually the next thing we're doing.
I am ready to serve with honor for the Empire.
I will do what must be done. With honor.
Here is the situation. We took custody of a Federation prisoner from the IKS Segpa. Almost immediately after transport, a Starfleet cruiser showed up and attacked. We took some severe damage, but we were able to get our shields up before they could beam over. They've launched shuttles and have boarded the ships on the lower decks. Our security teams are tied up all over the ship, so I need your help securing the lower deck. Grab a rifle from the armory locker and then make your way to the lower decks. I don't know how they were able to enter our shuttle bay, so check the bodies for anything that can give us a clue as to how they were able to board us. One or two of them might be carrying something useful.
You know, I'd make a reference to Lower Decks here, but I haven't seen that show. So I can't. Yes, Lunar Ruth? Oh, shit. I'm not sure I understand the question. One moment. It just occurred to me, I'm going to give a negative. I'm debating where to put it. I guess under story? For gameplay and story segregation. It's pretty stark. Federation slime, for the glory of the Empire. Death to people who are decent and good. For I am a Klingon, and I am pure evil. Wait, sorry, I forgot I wasn't playing the Horde. My bad. Oh, for God's sakes. It is going to show Ryza every single loading screen, yes. There's nothing really I can do about that. Greetings from Ryza. Ah! It's the summer event. There's really not a lot I can do about that. If it makes you feel any better, I kind of timed that deliberately. You might be thinking, but why would you want Ryza there? So the current load screen in this game, oh wow, 30 minutes, is always going to be whatever the current event is. Whether that's actually a major event, like Ryza, or the current episode that just went live. In other words, massive spoilers for the current story arc. Bingo, Warp Core. So, as much as Ryza is silly and ridiculous, I'll take that over, you know, it was his sled every single time we load every single cutscene, right? So, yeah.
This is Captain Jurlik. I have the prisoner you seek, and I do not wish to be captured or killed. I will permit your boarding shuttles to land on my ship in exchange for my release once you have the prisoner. My crew must never learn of this, so arm your boarding parties and expect resistance once you board.
So, lore shock. Captain Jurlik's a traitor to those filthy, disgusting, degenerate Federation slime.
You recovered that message from the Federation borders? My suspicions about our Pataka the Captain have been confirmed. Seeing signs of Jurlik's coward.
Speak up!
But finally, this is the proof I need to challenge him. I see that you are near the brig. I want you to talk to the Federation prisoner there. Find out why he is so valuable. And then report back directly to me. Kapla!
Plah! Alright, time to... Well, oh no, there's Federation borders that beamed in just now and definitely weren't already here. I already talked about how funny the spawning mechanism is. There's going to be other examples of it, too. Let's get some generic fight music. That's a good idea. That should be quieter. Alright, where is this prisoner? Who are you? God damn it.
Something on your mind, Second Officer? You do know your captain's a traitor, right? And now two of you know. That's a start. Tell me, does Duran know about Jurlik's dishonor as well? Well then, I'm guessing you'll be first officer before too long. Can't imagine Duran letting something like that slide.
How do you know so much about our crew, Starfleet?
It's my business to know things. If I were you, I'd check in with soon-to-be Captain Duran. She'll probably want to talk about your promotion.
I'm afraid First Officer Duran is indisposed. Permanently. Report to the bridge at once. Unless you wish to join her in Stovacor.
Well, I was half right. Congratulations on your promotion, First Officer.
So, do me a favor and remember him. He's going to come up
Captain has
later.
dishonored himself. You are the next ranking officer. It is your right to challenge him to a duel, to the death. If you defeat him, the ship is yours. Go. You know what must be done.
Oh, I guess I should go this way. Doo-doo-doo. I keep forgetting they actually have good layout in the levels here. They were doing that in the TOS intro, too. It was nice. Captain! I challenge you
It took you long enough. Take your station. We have work to do if we are to survive. Well, what are you waiting for? The blessing of Kalis? Do as you're told, or I will find someone who will.
I am DJT. I now take my place as first officer. I serve the captain but stand for the crew.
Oh, you stand for the crew, eh? You think you can kill me and take my command? Duran was a better warrior than you, and she now sings in Stovokor. You will fare no better, whelp. Think. We fight a war we cannot win. Not even Tukuvma could defeat the Federation.
Ugh.
And they were far weaker then. Why should we die for Jimpock's folly?
So you're a coward. You dishonor yourself. There's nothing more glorious than fruitlessly throwing your lives away against an enemy you cannot hope to win, who isn't even trying to beat you, and yet is still succeeding at it.
Young fool! I plan on living a long and prosperous life. I give you one last chance. Stand down, or your corpse will be cooling on the deck next to Duran's. What say you?
I say you belong in Grethor. Death to everything! I'm pure evil.
Ha! As you wish. I've killed one hero today. Why not litter the deck with the body of another? Draw your weapon and try to die well, fool.
I mean, he's right. That's why I'm making so much fun about this. Let's be clear. We are not playing the good guys in this scenario. Yes, this is totally what I did. I didn't just shoot him with my disruptor from the hallway.
You fight well for a fool. Give me a warrior's death.
Well, enjoy your time in Grethor, buddy.
Ha! Well fought! An honorable victory! Under Imperial law, you are now the captain. I will enter the change of command into the record of battle. I am Kagan, son of Kerr. I now take my place as first officer. I serve the captain, but I stand for the crew.
Acknowledged. When can this ship be ready for battle?
Engines and shields are online, sir. Engineering expects to restore our weapons soon. The cloaking device may take a bit longer, however.
Understood. I want this vessel battle ready. Battle! Death! Ignore that repeat dialogue. That happens.
The Starfleet vessels that attacked us are still in the area, and the Segpa is moving to engage them in battle. There is glory to be found there. What are your orders, Captain?
Kill everyone! Death and stupid.
Congratulations, warrior.
Ignore who just said that. Greetings from beautiful Ryza.
Captain, there is no sign of the Segpa on scanners. We do not know if the Feds destroyed her, but I suggest we not worry about that just yet. Engines and shields are operational, but we need iridium to facilitate immediate repairs to other systems, and our iridium stores were lost in the ambush. Fortunately, there are some asteroids in the vicinity that might have what we need.
And, you know, typical ship tutorial. Oh yeah, Kagan joins my crew. He gives us torpedo high yield, which we're going to put down here. There we go. And we'll just kind of go back to this playlist for a second. No. 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 I guess maybe I need more something like this feel. Let's do this. That's better. Let me move. Thank you. This is a bird. It's a little bit faster than what we were driving last time. As you can see, it's a lot more maneuverable, too. I'll talk more about that later.
Captain, I recommend we use the scanners to see if this contains any iridium. No iridium on the scanners, but that nearby asteroid field may have what we need.
Maybe a few decades at best, Trihexia. The Terran Empire is literally the Sith, except even stupider than the Sith, if you can believe that.
Captain, I recommend using full impulse to reach the asteroid field.
By contrast, the Klingons are just idiots.
Helm, full stop! Captain, I stopped the ship this time, but from now on you'll be responsible for controlling the speed of the ship.
No.
We have found several asteroids that contain iridium, Captain. Weapons are back online. Mashkar, we found some iridium.
So, we actually kind of talked about this yesterday. We can see the firing arcs a little bit better here. Yeah, let's adjust a little bit here. So as you can see, our firing arc is substantially smaller because we're using dual heavy disruptor cannons. Our aft, you'll notice, is a full 360. And of course we have the torpedo, which is the usual. We have to be facing right at something to get full power going towards it.
Captain, I'm picking up a Starfleet distress signal. Seems that a frigate looking for us took a hit in a nearby asteroid field. They are disabled. They won't be out of action for long. I suggest we put an end to their hunt while we can. What are your orders, Captain?
Kill the helpless people! Die, monsters.
We are disabled and under attack by the morale we were searching for. Request assistance.
Die! Dozens of people. Gotta kill dozens more.
Dead. I suggest we take them out as well.
Yes, DJT. Although it kills the person in the process, but you can still ram them, just if you don't like living.
Captain, the feds are jamming our sensors. We can't get a lock on the SEGPA while they do. We have determined the location of the ships that are jamming us, however. We should eliminate them so we can continue our search for the SEGPA. It will be a tough fight, but the crew hungers for battle. I think we're up for the challenge. Your orders, Captain?
Kill everyone! But first, cloak. Okay, so let's talk about cloaking for a second. For the original game, which we talked about several times, cloaking was supposed to be, the thing for the Klingons. You ever have an idea you don't actually think about the consequences or reality of? So you just think, hey, that'd be neat. And then you implement it, and then it sucks. That was cloaking. So, it didn't really have a lot of purpose, because it was so nerfed and so useless as to be next to worthless. They have since changed cloaking to be mostly worthless. So there's two big things about cloaking. First of all, there's actually 3 types of cloaks. We'll get to that in a minute. But cloaking doesn't actually make you invisible. It makes you stealthy. And like in any other MMO, your stealth can be detected. If I was to fly over right next to those ships right now, I guarantee you they'd actually see me, despite me being cloaked. That's problematic, because my shields are down right now, because I'm cloaked. You can actually see that in the indicator down here at the bottom. I also cannot fire while cloaked. We'll get to that in a moment. Now here's the thing. Once you pop out of cloak, you get a fairly large buff. For 3 seconds after, I gain a little bit of there it is, 15% bonus damage for 5 seconds. Sorry, for 5 seconds afterwards. And so that's, you know, that type of cloak. There's also, I don't actually remember if this is a thing anymore, but there's regular cloak and combat cloak. The difference between the two is combat cloak can be done while in combat, whereas regular cannot. You can only do a regular combat prior to combat, like we're in right now. There is also a cloak that can fire while cloaked. Now, the fire while cloaked is actually a cloak I have, and it's also something you can use to great effect to absolutely curb stomp something. The thing is, it's kind of hard to... the way it works is you actually decloak to fire, but only for a second, and then immediately recloak. So you still have all the damages of effectively having no shields while you're firing while cloaked. So you want to do it either at ranged, or if you've got a hell of an alpha strike going. It's also torpedoes only. Nevertheless, there's a lot of really good torpedo builds, which is basically run around while cloaked and just unload torpedoes on people. For us, of course, we're going to uncloak. And get that damage boost in there to Shrek that Miranda. Also going to pull off evasive maneuvers. Remember I told you about this? It's already on the bar, apparently, so never mind. This leads us to another little figgle about these things. Oh, never mind. This one actually doesn't do it. So there's actually quite a few ships. They're called raider ships. It's a classification of ship. It does more damage when it's attacking the rear flank of an enemy. If you're playing a raider ship, you will be doing less damage than other types of ships. So you need to make up for that by attacking from the flank, at least as much as you're capable of doing. In some cases, that's difficult to do. For example, what the heck is the flank of a Borg ship? It's okay, there is such a thing, but the only way to really tell is to pay attention to the damage numbers and see if they, because they'll actually say flank on them. But yes, it is the backstabbing bonus of rogues, for example. Let's go ahead and turn off auxiliary, because we don't need that on this thing.
Enemy ships destroyed. Jamming effect neutralized. We are clear to resume our search for the Segpa, Captain. Your orders?
Resume scans. We've got like 10 minutes to go here.
This is Captain Kagdar of the IKS Segpa. Where is Captain Jurlek?
Jurlek is dead. I challenged the coward for command of the Roman Cure and emerged victorious.
Ha! Finally! That miserable Toba has been a blight for far too long. Congratulations. May you bring glory to your ship and your house. Speaking of which, do you want to join our fight against this Federation Batak? My long-range comms are down, so I cannot notify High Command of the situation.
Our disruptor thirsts for more Federation hulls to lance.
Communications officer, make a report to command. Give them our coordinates and tell them we are moving to assist the Segpa in battle.
Battle stations. Actually, no. the QA bot was killed earlier. Oh.
The vessel is hailing us. Do you wish to respond?
Who killed the QA bot? Let's see. Who did it? Who did it? It was Trihexia. Which is funny because I actually answered that question.
This is the Federation ship USS Musashi hailing incoming Klingon vessel.
This is your opponent. Do you wish to surrender?
Captain Jurlek, what are you... Wait. Where is Captain Jurlek?
Klingon Defense Force reinforcements are warping in.
I'm in the middle of a conversation. Jurlek is dead. I am in command of the Roman Cure now.
Well then, I assume you realize how outgunned you are? I'll cut you the same deal I had with Jurlek. Give us your prisoner, and we'll let you escape. And live to fight another day. Failure to comply means we'll disable your ship and take the prisoner by force.
Bold words. Starfleet. Hope you're prepared to eat them.
It looks like Starfleet wants a fight. Shall we give them one, Captain?
So yeah.
You're making a huge mistake.
Let's go fight a Galaxy-class cruiser on a bird. It's okay, we'll win. Because as I said before, there's a huge amount of gameplay and story segregation. On the plus side, at least we have a Katinga and the Vorcha and the other bird over there. That's at least a fair fight. But we're gonna win this fight. Because stupid. I'm not sure which type of bird we are, and honestly, I'm not sure I care. But, you know. Time to kill thousands of people. I guess hundreds of people. 1,000 people.
We are going to stay here while repairs are underway. But you need to get that Federation prisoner to Kronos immediately. High Command is expecting him. You probably want to space him by now. I know I did. But that would be a career-ending move for you. Just get him to Kronos.
Fine.
Congratulations, warrior.
I mean, an ISD would crush a galaxy like a bug, Zactaf. That's not even close to a fair fight.
So you're the one with my prisoner. Congratulations! We've captured him many times, but no one has ever actually gotten him as far as Kronos before he escaped. He's quite the prize. Beam him down directly to the prison here in First City, and we'll make arrangements for the prisoner transfer. Kronos prison facility out. The prisoner has been received.
So I hate First City. Did I just say that? And yeah, there's a couple, Blanterval. This is after the revamp, too.
Received and muzzled. Typical human. In love with the sound of his own voice. Oh, some stuffy bureaucrat tried to reach you here. Word about your promotion has traveled fast, it seems. I suggest you present yourself to the High Council and get the formalities out of the way.
Fine, fine. Talk to Jackass. Yes, you remember how I praised, minorly praised, like barely praised the town design of ESD? First City is nowhere near as well laid out. This is First City. It's blocky and weird, and the signs aren't really as distinct, and it's dark, and it's always nighttime, and in some cases it's literally hard to see where you're going or what is. There's not really a lot of logic to what's laid out where. First City sucks, is what I'm trying to say. Don't worry, there's no Wenlock here. Safe. So, councilmen who are all yelling at Chancellor Jim Pock. What time?
There she is! The hero that brought us a Federation prisoner. The warrior who saved the Segpa. The rightful heir of a starship by right of personal combat. You have done well to start your career. I will be keeping an eye on you and your progress.
So I'm going to jump in here really quick. There's a theory, which is admittedly a theory in real life, but it also applies to fiction, obviously. And that theory is the idea that if it's rotten at the top, it bleeds down through to the bottom, right? In other words, if you have an organization of any kind, a company or a nation or a military or even just a project, and the person in charge is horrible, then that probably drips down to the people below that horrible person, right? How much of that is true and how much of that isn't is debatable, of course. That's why it's a theory. But all I'm saying is Jim Pock here sucks. He is evil. I'm just going to use... I don't like using that word. But he is legitimately a messed up individual who... We'll discuss some of the particulars later, but this guy's messed up. And he is... In every way, the Klingon Empire is currently falling apart. At least in part because Jimpock took power from Martok. Martok was trying to reform the Empire into something that could actually survive. Then Jimpock killed him and took over, and now the Empire is right back into the state it was during Deep Space Nine, aka rotting from within. The Empire quite literally spends more of its time, resources, personnel, and everything fighting itself than it does actually doing anything else. Someone earlier mentioned the houses being each of different countries. That's not an invalid way of thinking of it. The Empire is fundamentally a feudal system, with all the flaws that comes with that, and a lot of power jockeying as a consequence of that.
Not rejoice.
As Kel'Thuzad is telling you right now.
Now, before you go flying off to find your adventure, there is the matter of your duties as a captain in the Klingon Defense Force. First off, there is the matter of Lieutenant Doran's husband, her Parmach. It is your duty to inform him of her death, as you are now her superior officer, even in death.
Oh well.
We will find Chagrin, Doran's Parmach, working at the exchange.
So he's actually moved on me. Ignore the Romulan ambassador. That hasn't happened yet. Ignore the temporal intelligence officer. That has happened, but will not happen. Whatever. Here's Worf.
Greetings. How fight with honor.
Who are you?
I am Worf, son of Moog, Gintak of the House of Martok. And yes, I am the one you have heard stories of. I served the Federation proudly. I served under two of the finest commanders in Starfleet and fought many battles for the Federation. I regret nothing. But when war came between our people and my adopted family, I had to make a choice. The honorable path was here.
And Worf was wrong about that.
With honor.
The real reason that Worf is here is because they wanted to put another reason for players to play Klingons. Because, again, if you were paying attention yesterday, I mentioned how the Klingons originally weren't even a faction in any real sense of the word. They were just kind of there, and just for PvP. So they needed a hook, so they got Michael Dorn in to do that and like 5 other little tidbits of dialogue, and that's kind of it. So we're going to run into direction here, but we're going to get chopped off in about a minute and a half. Just picture that song from Outer Wilds is playing right now. So this maintenance should only last about half an hour, hopefully. This is always the problem with streaming an MMO. You have to deal with maintenance issues. It's not a lot of real I can do about that, but I've been paying attention to the timer. I've been watching it. I was pretty sure we could finish most of this initial tutorial thing. Wait, they actually said 2.5 hours? Hold on. I didn't see that. I think you're lying to me. Hang on, let's actually just exit out of the game right now. Boop. You see, the problem here is Worf... The problem here is that the Klingon story arcs in this game are badly written. Let's just say that as bluntly as we can. All the praise I fling at this game for its storytelling does not apply to the Klingons. The Klingon arc that comes up later is literally the worst arc in the entire game and is filled with nonsense and stupid and actually makes no sense even when considering its internal continuity, never mind external continuity. Now, there are good Klingons in this game, but most of the actual arcs, not so much. And well, I'm saying this because a lot of this would make sense if they did X, Y, or Z, but they don't. For example, and Blade Travell just mentioned this, Worf joining the Klingon side, when the soft war was declared, specifically to try and say, all right, let's try to cool things down, would make sense, but it's not true. Or Worf being part of being a functional ambassador to the Federation and trying to maintain ties and military connections open during some of the events that come up would make sense, but it's not true. Yeah, again, the problem is, this is the Klingons. As I said yesterday, they're just not as well done as the Feds, which is why you should play the Feds if you fire this up. So yeah, it does say 2.5 hours. I guess it does. So, that sucks. That absolutely destroys my schedule for the day. You know what I love? Is when I do nothing wrong, and then I just slip behind on the schedule because of some unrelated external force, like a dentist being a dick. Or maintenance. Anyways, let's see here. Let's look at my question queue really quick here. Yeah, no kidding, one love. Oh yeah, maybe Worf challenges Jim Pock because Worf could totally take Jim Pock, and you know, Jim Pock is literally evil, as I just talked about. So let's see here. Narset says, I got this when STO first came out, played 5 days and dropped it. Would you say I missed out? Or was it not playable? So when STO first came out, it was super not playable. Nowadays, a little bit more so. There are certain things you probably missed out on. The ideal time, not that this matters anymore, in my opinion, to have really gotten into STO was during the Romulan expansion, which we'll be getting to later. Let's see here. If the Mass Effect characters were boffs, what abilities and bonuses would you assign them? Oh, Jesus, I have no idea. That would take me like an hour and some paper and pens and just going down the list, so to speak. On the plus side, if the fact that you haven't played the game back in the day means you don't have to deal with the your entire bar goes missing bug, which they didn't fix for 3 years. What do you feel about the various bundles for sale in STO? Do you think any of them are worth it? No. Speaking of which, did we give those negatives to the store? No, we haven't actually jotted them down yet. So let's talk about the in-game store real quick. We can actually do that. So the in-game store, it's extensive. And there's a lot of stuff that you can only get from the in-game store. The in-game store is bad. I don't mind spending some money on the in-game store personally in a very precise and measured manner because I don't mind supporting a game that I really enjoy. I've talked about that before. I do agree with the policy they've been doing. Nevertheless, they absolutely do have an in-game store, and it is way overpriced. And here's the thing. If the in-game store didn't do the one thing I'm about to tell you about, I'd probably only give it one negative for being an in-game store. But let's say, do any of you like hero ships? Anybody in chat? Yeah, let's get some music going. Let's just do this. Yes. I think Diablo Immortal is one of the only ones that's worse than Neverwinter. My God. Hero ships. Just the hero ships. Sorry, I should explain that. The hero ships are the main ships from the shows. The Constitution from TOS, the Constitution refit from the movies, the Galaxy from TNG, the Defiant from DS9, the Intrepid from Voyager. Right? Those are the hero ships. So, did you know that there's something called the Legendary Bundle, which comes with all of those? It comes with the legendary version of each of those ships. The original Constitution, Constitution Revamp, the Kelvin Constitution, the Discovery ship, the Defiant ship, the Galaxy ship, the Intrepid ship, the NX-1 from Enterprise, and the Sovereign. So that's cool. So if you want any of those ships, it sucks to be you, because you have to buy the entire bundle to get the one ship that you want. What's the F? Unless you mean the J. So hang on, let's do a little math here. Because I'm not sure how much. That costs 30,000 Zen. right? I don't remember how much a Zen is. I'm trying to figure. Here we go. Okay, so that's so let's just chop 2 zeros off that. So that's $300. Oh yeah, so the F is in there too, but nobody cares about that. Anyway, so that's $300 to buy that bundle. I don't feel like I need to add anything to that. The idea that I would have to drop $300 to get one ship, because it would, let's be honest with ourselves, be one ship that I was buying, is ludicrous. Are they any good? Oh, they're fantastic. These are legendary ships. So legendary ships, I don't want to get too much down the rabbit hole right now of how ships work in this game. Let's just say that legendary ships are damn good and leave it at that. They have so ships have classes, not what you're thinking. They have jobs. Here, let's put it that way. They have jobs. They have slots. They have unique abilities, and they have modules. And those are the things that define a ship for all intents and purposes, right? There's other stuff. That other stuff doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, also traits. Sorry, but traits is different. So yeah, their layouts. Whoa, I clicked the wrong button there. Their layouts in terms of buffs, their layouts in terms of consoles, their layouts in terms of weapon variety, are all superior to the other things. Their baseline stats are superior. They almost always come with an ability. They always come with a class, or a job, excuse me. And legendaries also come with a level 6 trait, which is its own thing. We'll talk about that in a minute. They also usually come with all of the consoles that would come with that type of ship. So let me explain what I mean by that really quick. I'm looking at the legendary Sovereign, right? So let's actually run through this bit by bit. So first of all, it looks like the Sovereign class ship. That's cool. It's got 4, that always sounds weird to say, and 4 aft. So 4 and 4 weapon slots. So pretty much perfect for a broadsider. There's other things you can do with that, of course. It also comes with several unique abilities that are unique to it by virtue of being this ship. It also is a Miracle Worker ship, so it comes with the Miracle Worker's special abilities. So that's cool. It also comes with several little specific buffs. That's a minor thing, but it's something that only some ships get and other ones don't. So in short, even just baseline, this thing is ridiculous. But hang on, we're not done yet. So first we have Kronos. Now, Kronos is awesome, but he didn't say what he wanted to put that towards, so I do want to say thank you. If you want to put that sub towards something, please do let me know. So, traits are a reasonably new feature. The way it works is you level up your ship simply by using it, right? Swan Song, you got it. Done. The first 4 traits, I don't want to say they don't matter, but they matter substantially less than everything else. Some ships only have traits up to 4. In fact, actually, I would go so far as to say most ships only have traits up to 4. You know, all the tier 5 stuff and all that fun things. Those traits are just, you know, increase hull health points and increase physical damage. It's basically getting your ship up to where it should be in terms of balance and stats. Trait number 5 is a little bit different. So trait number 5 is always something unique, and once you level trait number 5, it actually becomes something unlocked for you, the captain, rather than being stuck on the ship. What that means is you could level a ship to level 5, take that level 5 trait, and put it on other ships. You remember how I mentioned how ridiculous the build gameplay is in this game? Well, one of the dozens of things you can do to make your build is those traits. Mix and combine certain traits in order to design your build. So the tier 5 stuff is significant. The tier 6 stuff is unique to legendaries. Tier 6 is, again, it's the same general concept, but even more and even better. So, for example, I'm looking at this Miracle Sovereign here. The tier 6 trait is called the Transcranial Sensor Link. Exactly, my kimono. The tier 6 thing is defeated enemies larger than frigates leave behind debris that can be analyzed by advanced sensors after moving close to them. Each cloud of debris analyzed adds a stacking bonus to your shield penetration, which lasts until you leave the zone. Debris is also gradually tractored towards your ship. That's a tier 6 trait. If that doesn't sound overpowered, then I don't know what else to tell you. There's actually even more overpowered stuff than that, but that's the kind of stuff you get from buying a legendary. Hang on, haven't talked about consoles yet. Thank you, Dean Badine, for 4 years. Always appreciate. And welcome to the 4-year club. If you want to put that anniversary sub towards something, please, as usual, let me know. Okay, so I wish I could show you this, but of course the game's down right now. Consoles, the messenger, you got it. One of these days we'll actually play that game. The way consoles work, Kaisakage, is there are 3 categories of consoles. Excuse me. There are 4 categories of consoles. There are universals. We'll cover that last. Then there's tactical, engineering, and science. They tend to follow the same exact precepts you're probably thinking of in your head right now. Engineering stuff has to do with your stats and your hull and, you know, whether or not you can change your power or whatever. Tactical usually boosts things like your damage output with a specific damage type or whatever. And science usually buff your shields or your sciencey abilities, aka the mage builds. Universals do whatever. Universal consoles can do whatever the hell they want to. They're universals. And universal consoles are a huge aspect of the builds. Yeah, most universals, if you have a universal console, there's a pretty good chance that it's good, at the very least. It may be amazing, but it is definitely good. So someone in chat mentioned that you will buy a ship just to get its tier 6 or tier 5 trait. Same thing with consoles. I have actually bought 2 ships that I'm aware of, which I literally then immediately shoved into dry dock, because the only reason I bought those ships was to get that console and to put that into my actual ships. So for example, let me give you some details. So I'm looking at, I don't remember what part. I'm looking at, again, the Sovereign, the legendary Sovereign. So it comes with Metreon gas canisters. This gives you an ability on a, looks like, it doesn't even say it. I'm guessing that's a 2-minute cooldown. Most of them are 2-minute cooldowns. It gives you an AoE impulse and turn debuff to everyone around you, ejecting the glass cloud, which also, so it makes it so they have 90% less turn rate and 75% less speed. It also disables their cloak, and it also deals plasma damage per second for 5 seconds. Oh yeah, by the way, the domino is ridiculous. I use the domino in all of my builds. Another thing it comes with is the incremental phase cloaking device. So this thing gives you an AoE taunt for yourself, so they have to target you for a minute. It also makes you immune to damage for 10 seconds after the taunt. Then it gives you a substantial amount of increased stealth, makes it so you can't be targeted for 5 seconds, makes it so you can't collide with someone for 5 seconds, can't launch hangar ships for 5 seconds, your weapons are offline for 5 seconds, and you are immune to all damage for 5 seconds. In other words, look at me and I'm gone. Not super great, but still very, you can see why these things are useful. Hang on, we got another one. The Metreon gas warhead launcher. So first of all, this just has a passive thing that increases your turn rate and your engineering bridge officer cooldowns, aka your abilities. But it also has a big ol' AoE damage, which does lots of plasma damage and slows everything within its range. It also disables cloak and ignores shields when doing damage, which is very important. That's ridiculous. Those are consoles. Those are universal consoles. So if you're paying attention, I mean, since we're just sitting here and waiting on the maintenance, let's really go down the rabbit hole a little bit here. So we've got our ship. We've got our ship. We've got the layout, the loadout, excuse me, of what you can do. So that's your BOF slots, your console slots, and your weapon slots, okay? Also technically items, but that's whatever. So that's the part of your ship. Then you have which traits you have equipped, and then you have which consoles you have equipped. And there's actually other things like what your specialization is, what the ship's specialization is. And then there's your BOFs, and then there's your DOFs. And I think that's everything that goes into a build. Everything I just mentioned is its own fractal. There's lots of combinations and patterns for each individual thing I just mentioned. Skills barely applies, and Endeavors is something I want to discuss in its own. So, Endeavors is over there. We'll talk about Endeavors later. Endeavors isn't part of builds, let me put it that way. Frankly, Skills isn't part of builds either. So, let's go down the list a little bit. So, I know slots is the best place to start, so let's start with that. I already kind of talked about this, but the first thing you have to think about is your ship. Your ship comes with weapon slots, BOF slots, console slots, and either unique abilities and jobs, okay? All that stuff is stuff you have to keep in mind when deciding which ship you want. Once again, I'm looking at the Legendary Sovereign. 4-4, 4 aft, okay? So that's its weapon layout. Not too shabby. What's its console layout? Well, it's got 4 tactical consoles, which is good, 5 engineering consoles, which is not good, 2 science consoles, which is okay, and it looks like it actually comes with a universal slot, which is awesome. One moment. So that's a pretty good console layout. That gives you 4 consoles to boost your damage, 5 consoles to do... Actually, excuse me, 8 consoles to use for universals. That's pretty damn good. That's a lot of malleability. Then we look at our officers. This is also very important. Remember, your officers are your abilities. So what do we have here? Well, the way that this usually works is you get 1 commander slot, and then everything else is random. In this case, we have a commander, a lieutenant commander, 2 lieutenants. No, I'm sorry, and then 3 lieutenants. That's actually a really good... God, legendaries are ridiculous. That's a really good BOF layout, right? Well, here's the thing. You also have to look at which slot they are. How much customization is too much customization? That's a good question, but unfortunately that's up to you. I'm out of tea. So if you remember, there's tactical, science, and engineering, right? Wrong, because there's also miracle worker, intelligence, temporal... Oh god, I don't remember all the whole list right now. Hang on. What's the whole list? Hang on. Let's pull up a list here. Make sure I don't screw anything up. Surely it has a list. Oh my god, it doesn't have a list. Okay, here we go. Perfect. We'll just look at it this way. Sorry, so, we have tactical, science, engineering, command, intelligence, miracle worker, pilot, temporal. Okay? Now, if anyone is one of these, they're also one of these. So you could have a command, science, you could have a miracle worker, tactical, and you could have a temporal engineer, right? So the 3 base classes and the 5 specializations, okay? Now, it was pretty good, Flagon. We were very evil. It was nice. Obviously, there's the set of abilities that each one of these 3 can do, and there's different set of abilities each of these 5 can do. How useful they are, that depends entirely on your build, what you want and what you're going for. Do you want a tank? Do you want to affect? Do you want to buff? Do you want to do more damage? Do you want to focus fire? Do you want to AoE? Whatever it is you want, there's some combination of that that's going to make that work. Generally speaking, command abilities buff, intelligence abilities debuff, miracle workers heal, pilots give you maneuverability, and temporals do magic, just to put that as someplace I can. Over here, tactical usually is damage buffs and, AoEs. Engineering is usually heals and buffs, and science is usually shield heals and buffs. And both engineering and science kind of have magic abilities, spells, for lack of a better way to put it. So there's general categorization, not universal, but general categorization. You can also see all this stuff in game. I sure wish I could show you, but the whole reason we're doing this deep dive right now is because the game's down for frickin' server. But anyway, so that's your BOF loadout. Now let's rewind a second. If you're remembering, I mentioned during the Sovereign that it has a commander, a lieutenant commander, and then 3 lieutenant slots. But which slots those are is what matters. So if we look at it, its commander slot is an engineering miracle worker. that means you can put anyone who is an engineer or anyone who is a miracle worker in that slot and go ahead and use miracle worker or engineering abilities in your commander slot. Now, I actually already talked about this, but to refresh you, all abilities fall into 4 categories: ensign, lieutenant, lieutenant commander, commander. 1, 2, 3, 4. So all the best stuff is over on commander, obviously. There's some asterisks to that. But the point is, you really, really care about who your commander slot is. So the first thing you think about when you look at this sovereign right here is, what's my commander slot? And I'll be limited to miracle worker or engineering. That's not great, to be completely honest. That's certainly something you can make work, but I would prefer personally to have either a tactical or maybe a command for something like that. You can still make that work. There's still some good abilities there. There's this one, I actually use a miracle worker ability on one of my builds, which makes it so that if I do one damage type, it buffs all other damage types, cycling, and I have lots of different damage types, so I'm constantly buffing myself. That's the kind of thing you get from a miracle worker ability, for example. Science Commander is also pretty good for several reasons, but again, that's getting into the space mage kind of a thing. Nevertheless, engineering also has some really good high-end abilities, which I hopefully will be showing off at some point. See you around, Jesse Ward. So that's our commander slot. Okay, so we've decided what we're going to do with that. We look at our lieutenant commander slot. That's going to be the 3 slot, right? By the way, I should mention, to make sure I'm being very clear about this, the 4 slot, you have all 4 slots. The 3 slot, you have all 3 slots, and so forth and so on. So your ensign, this ship actually doesn't have an ensign slot, but your ensign could only have 1 slot, and it can only be the 1st slot. Make sense? So the commander slot doesn't just get the commander slot, it gets everything. This is why the commander slot is so important, and why you have to think about what your commander slot is on a ship, because you get the whole gamut. You can do whatever the hell you want with that. Our lieutenant commander slot, of which we only have 1, is tactical. That's pretty good. There's a lot you can do with that. You probably want to put one of the AoEs on that lieutenant commander ability, and that'll work out pretty well. And you probably want to do whatever else you want to. So we got a tactical lieutenant commander, and then again we have 3 lieutenant slots, which is ridiculous. One of them is a tactical, one of them is an engineering pilot, which is weird, and the last one is universal. Now this ship is so ridiculous. Universal slots are exactly what they sound like. You can put whatever the hell you want in a universal slot. It's a universal slot. This is actually one of the benefits of some of the raider ships, like the little Klingon bird of preys. They have nothing but universal slots, so you can put anything anywhere. Do whatever the hell you want to with that. So if you want to put a science slot, for example, as Mike Romano was mentioning, on this sovereign, the only place you can put that in is the lieutenant slot, the universal slot. So that's how we do that. So that's weapons, which we already discussed a bit, and BOF slots, which is the things we've been talking about the last few minutes. We already talked about console slots. So, and we've already talked about consoles. I should probably mention that a lot of consoles stack on top of each other. I already mentioned how you'll go out and buy ships just for slots. Let me look up something here. Let me look up something. I'm trying to see if I can give you like a little bit better of an example of a console slot. Let's see. What was that ship I got for it? What's, is it the K3? Nope. Is it this thing? No. Do you remember the name of that stupid computer from TOS? That's like, I'm gonna take over the ship, beep boop. So I have that, and I can't think of the name of it right now. Yeah, it was the M something. Hang on. Let's try M5. It's M6. Here we go, the M6. Okay. So, I mentioned that I bought a ship. Yeah, here it is. I mentioned I bought a ship literally just for a console. So there's a ship called the Perseus-class Temporal Escort. It's a garbage Tier 3 ship. Which, and by the way, anything below Tier 6 is not worth your time. I'm just going to say that. Well, leveling, that's different. But once you get to max level, you want a Tier 6 ship. Anyways, so the Perseus Temporal Escort is this garbage piece of crap with, like, 3 fore weapons, 2 aft weapons, terrible BOF slots, hardly any console slots. It's total garbage. But I bought it because it comes with a console. That console is the M6 computer. The M6 computer gives me an ability. I hit it, and what it does is it lets me boost my all damage of all types by 15%, gives me a reduction on all tactical abilities for 25% for 15 seconds, and makes it so my weapons gain additional haste for 15 seconds, as well as accuracy, and my defense goes up by 30% each. That is a huge buff. And it's on a 2-minute cooldown, as most of these are. Hang on, I got something else to add to that for a second. But I'm trying to give you an rather than talk about esoterics, let me talk about specifics. This is a... you can just buy this ship with dilithium, I'm pretty sure. 75,000 dilithium, that doesn't sound right. Hang on. Let me look this up. Come on, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. So you can get it as part of a bundle for 15,000 zenny. Don't do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got this from the ship and shuttle requisitions for 75,000 dilithium. I don't know if this is one of the console... one of the trade... I don't think this is. It says bind on pickup, so I think that that's not happening. I don't know about the ship. I don't know if the ship is tradable. Either way, this is an extraordinarily good console. It's a mega buff on a 2-minute cooldown, right? Well, hang on a second. Maybe we could do something to lower that cooldown. Now, I don't remember the specific thing I have that does this, but I have something, I think it's a trait, that allows it so that every time I do some kind of status... I'm pretty sure it's a trait. Anytime I do some kind of status effect of a specific type to an enemy ship, it lowers... the cooldown of all of my consoles. So if you ever wonder why in the middle of combat I'll just randomly tractor beam the enemy even though it doesn't really do anything, or toss out a probe at them, it's because what that's doing is lowering the cooldown on my console. Of course I have the Domino. I actually have the Bajoran Interceptor. It's a really good escort if you're needing just like an escort that's good. So let's run through this, right? So let's just look at a really basic combo. The M6 computer makes it so that all my bridge officer abilities come off cooldown quicker. It also means I do a bunch more damage, and I am faster, and I have more accuracy, and I have more defense. It has a 2-minute cooldown. I have one of my science officers and one of my intelligence officers with abilities that I can use to lower that cooldown. My tactical officer also has an ability called beam overload. We actually talked about beam overload. What it does is it buffs your next beam attack to whatever you're getting in front of you. I happen to use the very narrow dual beam, so I have like this kind of a thing. So I still have to be facing someone. But the reason I'm bringing that up is because I have another ability, which I don't remember which one this is. It's really universal. I'm pretty sure this is a DOF specifically, which I'll talk about in more detail now, I suppose. And the DOF thing, I'm pretty sure it's DOF, allows me to gain an engine boost anytime I use one of a very specific set of abilities. Those include beam overload, cannon rapid fire, cannon volley, and beam fire at will. The 4 basic tactical abilities that allow you to do either more AoE damage or more single target damage, right? So, if you have... now, you're probably thinking, what does that have to do with the rest of the combo? Was that the impulse engines? I don't remember what's doing that exactly. I know I have one DOF somewhere. Oh no, that's right. Okay, hang on. So then I have a DOF who makes it so that every time I do Aux to Bat, my bridge officer abilities cool down quicker. Now, I know I'm throwing a lot of information at you, but let's kind of run through how this works. This is just one of my combos. I actually have like 5 going on in my main ship. I do a lot of damage on my Dreadnought. It's my best ship. I'm really proud of it. Building ships is so much fun. I love just sitting down and doing all the work and being like, how do I make this work? Yeah, that's the one. The Birchen cluster. Hi, Evo. So, I have a console. I'm just naming the one console so far. I've got like 7 consoles. But I've got the one console that super buffs me and increases the haste on my tactical abilities specifically, okay? Cool. I have a tactical ability that allows me to do a whole bunch of damage in a single target. I have an engine, pretty sure it's an engine, that allows me to, every time I use one of those tactical abilities, I move much faster and turn much faster. So I have basically, you remember I kept telling you, put evasive maneuvers on the board? I have that evasive maneuvers ability every time I hit that button. I also have a DOF, which is a duty officer, which makes it so that every time I use a certain set of Ox to Bat, my bridge officer abilities cool down quicker. Also, that mega buff from the console makes my tactical abilities cool down quicker. I think that's everything in the basic combo, but if you're paying attention, what that means is I could pop the M6 computer, which is the console, mega buff myself, use the one ability, which makes me nuke whatever's in front of me, and also makes me fly much faster. I can then hit Ox to Bat to immediately be able to do that again, and this whole time it's also cooling down quicker. So I have just super speed and super maneuverability while I'm doing this, so I can get wherever I need to and however I need to. I also have another, I'm pretty sure this one's a DOF, where, which I'm not going to bore you with because that's a separate combo. But all of that is the kind of build gameplay that goes into this game, and why I say you can really start going down the rabbit hole when it comes to certain specific builds, because there's a lot of directions you can take a lot of things in. For example, one of the things I have on my other ship, which I'm not telling you about right now, is I have the ability, whenever I do plasma damage, I have a chance to gain hull heal, and I have a huge amount of plasma damage that I do out constantly, and I have fire at will, which means I hit everything around me constantly and quickly, and so forth and so on. There's also Boimler effect, which I haven't bothered to get because I'm not spending that much money on this game. There's a lot. There is so much you can do to just tunnel down the rabbit hole with regards to builds in this game. Now, that's all awesome, but Mike Kamano brings up a very relevant point. If that was mandatory, that would switch very quickly from being awesome to being a mobile game. Let's just call that what it is. Because one of the biggest flaws, one of the biggest tricks that a mobile game will use is they will make it so you have to min-max. You have to really go through all that build crap and really refine your build in order to be competitive. And that requires spending money, and that's how they get you, right? It's a very common predatory practice. STO does not do that. STO just says you just want to play that tier 6 that you got from a random event that's going on right now. Like, if you do the random event that's happening right now, the Ryza thing that keeps popping up, you'll get a tier 6 ship. You'd have to do it once a day for 20 days. It takes like 20 seconds. There you go. There's your tier 6 ship, and that is totally feasible. You can play the entire game in that thing. You can do TFOs, you can do the events, you can do the quests. You're good. And that's one of the things that STO nails so well. I mentioned this earlier. Yesterday when I was talking about the range thing. The amount, the escalation of how much damage you can do in this game goes into the ludicrous range, but none of it's necessary. It is always funny because I can always tell when I'm the one carrying someone in a TFO or when someone else is carrying me in a TFO, because you kind of get a feel for that, right? And of course there's DPS meters, not that I'm telling you about that because that's not supported in the game, but anyways. Now I have spent money on this game, like I said. I don't mind doing that because I like this game. I want to support it. But, again, that's been a deliberate choice because of the fact I want to support the game. So I have bought a few ships. Now, I'm not buying this legendary cruiser because this thing is stupid. Again, $300. That's ludicrous. By contrast, you remember that Jem'Hadar carrier I got? That was $30. Yeah, exactly, Warp Core. When you have, what is it, ISE? When you do ISE, and someone just obliterates everything in 10 seconds, that's probably someone carrying you. My personal favorite is, I forget which one of the board TFOs it is, but it's the one where there's the 3 stations. There's like cube, and then module. You have to kill the modules up to the cubes, then kill the cubes. My personal favorite is when I go off to one of those, smash that whole station, turn around, and the other 2 are still just sitting there untouched because no one's actually done them. That's what I can tell I'm carrying. Cure Found, that's the one. I get all the Borg TFO's names confused. The only one I ever keep straight is ISE, because ISE is the patchwork of STO. It's where you go to test builds, test meters, see if something's working, see if something... It's the patchwork, I don't know what else to call it. Okay. Now, for the sake of review, hi, Mr. Nuclear, let's go down the list and talk about all the stuff we just talked about. So obviously, the store sucks. So let's give a negative to the store. Hang on. I am also going to give a second negative for the bundle mentality. I actually really dislike the bundle mentality this game has. As I mentioned earlier, there are actually several legendary ships I would love to get, which I can't, because they're locked behind bundles. I actually don't want any of the hero ships. I forget the exact ship I want. Let me see if I can find it for a second. It's one of the Excelsiors. I just don't remember which. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. It's the legendary Excelsior Miracle Worker, specifically. I mean, Fed is the obvious question. Or, excuse me, answer there, Cronin. The legendary Excelsior is exactly what it sounds like. It is a Miracle Worker, just like the Sovereign we were just talking about. It is a hell of a death machine. Yeah, that's the part of the 11th anniversary bundle, which is $250. Not happening. But let's just say that I've really been wanting to go down the list and make a build. I've actually already mentally built most of this ship in my head and what I want to do with it. But that's never happening because the legendary Miracle Worker Excelsior, again, is $250. But let me share something here. So let me share its tier 5. Remember, the tier 5 is something you could take and put onto another ship. Anytime you use Aceton Beam or Overwhelm Emitters, I have both of those abilities, to cause radiation damage over... those abilities also cause radiation damage over time to all enemies within 3 clicks of the target, a small range AoE. Just bonus damage. Also, after activating any torpedo or command buff ability, your next torpedo will also make all up to 5 nearby allies also launch a torpedo for free off cooldown at the target. Now those are 2 separate tier 5 traits, because that's how this works with the frickin' legendaries. But hang on, I haven't even gotten to the tier 6 trait yet. The tier 6 trait, this is bloody brilliant. Anytime you use any captain or engineering ability, so any of my own abilities or any of the engineering abilities, I just gain 10% max hit points for 15 seconds and plus 10 to all damage resistance for 15 seconds. By the way, that stacks up to 3 times. That probably doesn't sound as awesome as that is, but that's nuts. That just turns you into a freaking wall. Just get up right in the middle of something. Probably do a fire at will to make sure everything's looking at you. Have the taunt aura on, which you'll have in that ship. And then just... And while you're doing it, make everyone nearby throw torpedoes at the stuff you're doing while doing AoE dot damage. Yeah, if it's not obvious, even 1 increase to damage resistance rating is actually pretty good. 10 is ridiculous. 30 is insane. And yeah, as usual, I'm describing a tank. Of course, I want to play a tank in this game. I actually do have a tank build. I'll show that off later. It also comes with 2 consoles. One of them is kind of weird and not really useful. But the other one... So first of all, it increases your damage resistance to all energy and kinetic by 7.5. As we just mentioned, that's good. It also gives you more flight speed and more turn rate, which is needed for a big boat like this. But it also has an ability, 2-minute cooldown as usual, which allows you to have plus... Okay, hang on. Let me rewind this for a second. Based on the number of enemies nearby you, increase your damage rating by anywhere from 20 to 60 for all damage types. And then plus 15 to 45% all damage to you, or from you, rather. Also increases your flight speed and your turn rate from 20 to 60%. That's insane. That console is ludicrous. Especially when you factor in the things I already have in place to reduce cooldown on consoles. So you can see the build, right? Get right up in the middle. There's actually, I'm pretty sure there's a science or universal slot here. Where is it? Yep, right there. Go ahead and use the universal slot to get out a gravity well. Make sure enemies are at least nice and clumped up. Get right in the middle of them. pop the AoE, make sure the Tauntaur is already up, pop that ability, and then just, everyone look at me for a minute while I destroy them. I can just sit there. Just, oh my god. Yeah, how many cubes can you solo with that? All of them. Anyway, sorry, I'm gushing. I apologize. But this is all supposed to be part of a negative. This is why this is a negative, though. I will never have that ship. I would love to have that ship. I would love to sit down and build with that ship. There's so many cool things I could do with that ship. I will never get that ship because that ship is $250 goddamn dollars. And that is not the only ship that's like that for me or for anybody else. I bet there's several people in chat right now who there's a ship you'd love to have that you're never going to have because it's part of one of these stupid bundles. I know Pax really, really wants the Legendary Defiant. He will never have that because that's part of the hero ship bundle. So my point here is we are already giving a negative for the store because that's how we do that. We're also giving a negative for the bundles because that's insanity. Yeah, the Legendary Vorcha, which I believe is actually really similar to the Excelsior I was just mentioning. There's also a Legendary Ambassador and a Legendary Burrell, which are all part of that same build. The Legendary Ambassador's ability, if your health goes below 25%, you can't be killed for 3 seconds. There's an internal cooldown on that. The Vorcha, it's a good day to die. This is an insane trait, by the way. In fact, I see this trait on almost every major build. Once per second, whenever you take damage, you gain 1.5% bonus to all damage and 5% bonus to incoming healing for 10 seconds, stacks up to 10 times. So, in practical terms, you just straight up get 15% bonus damage to everything, and 50% incoming healing, and it's just up as long as you're in combat. As I say, hang on, maybe I can pull up the... Where's the... Oh, where is it? Yeah, some abilities get even better after they finish stacking. All of these mega traits are ridiculous. I'm trying to find... where is it? There it is. One last trait. I'll finish talking about how awesome this is. This is from the Legendary Galaxy. Make it so. Activating Captain abilities, that's the stuff you have, gives you 1.5% improved healing and damage for each rank of each buff ability currently affecting the ship. Lasts 30 seconds. God, that's... In other words, I heard you like buffs, yo. So I put some buffs on your buffs. Anyway, so yeah, bundle. Hang on, I've gotten some questions. Give me a second. Let me catch up a little bit here. Dr. Wancher asked how long my Dreadnought was yesterday. You talking about the Jem'Hadar one or the Lexington? DJT also asked a valid question. What's the ratio between amount of customization and complexity of customization? I would say that 90% of the customization, that is to say in builds in this game, is actually really available. Like, most people can just look at something and say, oh, this works that way. The last 10% pretty much requires knowing all the stuff, which means going to YouTube and looking it up. If we're just being honest, the wiki for STO is not great. And there's just so many random things. Like, you remember that ship I just mentioned earlier to Justin? The one that with the M6 computer? there's no way you would know that that random stupid ship, which you could buy for dilithium, has this amazing console on it, which also pairs well with multiple other abilities. It's one of those situations where the more you know about it, the more you can do with it. And that's why I say that last 10% is the look it up range, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding you, in which case, whatever. Lucas says, what makes Star Trek fun to watch? As someone who never watched it. First of all, shame on you. Everything. It's a lighthearted show in space with soft science fiction, which tries to be hard science fiction, which is very character-focused and character-driven. It tends to have deep and interpersonal stories and occasionally dips into very complex, fascinating topics. That's Star Trek for me. By the way, my favorite Doom game is Doom 4. Now, let's talk about the builds. Now, before we get into the builds, I have to mention something else here. I mean, it's not a reboot, but yes, Luco. What is this music? Oh, I see where we're at in the soundtrack. Sorry, let's go down here. To, I don't know. Here, whatever. So, is this it? Yep, the DPRM is a perfect example of what I'm about to talk about. Some of you in chat probably know what the DPRM is, but for those of you who don't, which is everyone, that stands for the Dynamic Power Redistributor Module. What this is, it's a universal console. It gives you a fairly substantial amount of energy damage resistance and increases your directed energy damage by quite a bit. So in other words, most of the stuff that isn't torpedoes. It also has an ability, as most of these do. This ability gives you 40% bonus damage every second as long as your health is above 80%. It also gives you 100 bonus damage resistance for 20 seconds and 500% hull regen for 20 seconds. That thing is... I talked about how tanky the legendary Excelsior would be. Put that thing on it, that's nuts. That is the tank console. It's on a huge number of builds because it is basically the best tank console. Here's the catch. As per usual for these kind of things, where you get it from is you get it from a ship. In this case, the Atlas. How do you buy the Atlas? You don't. I could be argued up from 3 negatives for the lockbox system, because the lockbox system sucks. So here's how this works out. This game has lockboxes. Now, the way they used to do it is every new season or every new major expansion or event would have its own lockbox. And, you know, there's the Romulan lockbox. Yeah, there's no ceiling on this. There's the Romulan lockbox. The Atlas is a tier 6, although you'd never use it. I mean, who cares about it, right? It's actually not a bad ship, but again, you're not buying the Atlas for the ship. You're buying it for that console. So... you know, you had the Romulan lockbox, the Cardassian lockbox, the Jem'Hadar lockbox. There were literally dozens of them. I actually don't remember the whole list. I used to keep them just for the hell of it, in case I ever wanted to open them. I decided to stop doing that. At some point in time, I forget when exactly, they stopped introducing different types of lockboxes and instead lumped everything into the Infinity lockbox, which is the one that is current and has been current for some time. I think there's still individual lockboxes now that I'm saying that out loud. Yeah, here it is. Way back in 10 years ago, we had the Cardassian lockbox, which is where my Galor came from. And then we got the Ferengi, the Tholian, the Temporal, blah, 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 blah. You get the idea, right? Lockboxes are loot boxes. Let's just say that as bluntly as we can. In order to... so you open a lockbox. It has a chance to contain stuff. The overwhelming majority of what it contains is junk. It has a... so it'll also contain 4+ Lobi. We'll get to that in a second. It has a chance to... an extraordinarily small chance to contain a tier 6 ship. Not the one you want, just a tier 6 ship. It has a substantially higher chance to contain a tier 5 ship. It also has a chance to contain a whole bunch of other crap that you don't want or care about. Yeah, it's a loot box. It's a straight up loot box by the traditional sense of the word. Now, hang on. So this is doubly irritating and frustrating. So let's stop right here. It's a loot box with an extraordinarily, I don't actually know the numbers, but extraordinarily low chance to get the thing you actually want. That by itself is probably multiple negative worthy. But I want to mention that as a separate point because now we're adding another negative to this situation. So you have to spend a key. You can buy a key for about $1, give or take. So it takes you $1 in order to open a lockbox. Oh, that's it? That's nothing. So that's negative number 2. The usual crap when it comes to the keys. Okay, hang on. Now let's move on to the third point of why these things suck. How do you get the loot boxes themselves? You buy the keys for the loot boxes from the in-game store. But in order to actually get the box, you have to go around and fight stuff. You may have noticed, I actually spawned, I think, 1 as I was flying around just getting a box. Boxes can be purchased. It's actually relatively easy to buy boxes, but in general, that's not the problem. The problem is they drop in loot during combat, both on ground and in space. You might be thinking, why is that a problem? Because what this is once again another predatory practice. This is shoving them into your face. Hey, look, there's a loot box. You could open this chest that just dropped. It's only $1. It only costs you $1 to open this chest that just dropped. I should probably mention the only method of looting in this game is essentially mashing F, which means you will probably accidentally loot several loot boxes without meaning to. Which they are now, they actually do take up space in your inventory, so that's another irritation on top of everything else. So we've got the predatory thing of them being shoved in your face, and then we get the fact that the only good way to get rid of them is to try and right-click delete them, and it's also kind of irritating to delete them. Also, you'll always see more of them. The usual strategy I have is I just let the loot boxes sit there and stack up. And that way, what I'm doing is I'm effectively paying one of my inventory slots in order to not think about them ever again. Now, you might say, oh, that's fine, to which you are wrong. The fact that I quite literally have an inventory tax in order to be able to avoid thinking about the loot boxes is unacceptable. Yeah, hang on. Point 5. Now, you can turn this off, but it is on by default, and finding the option to turn it off is irritating. I know, right, Warp Corp? So, there's a server-wide message. A server-wide message, which pops up every time anybody gets something cool, like one of the top prize ships, from a loot box. So if anybody in the game, because it's just the one server, pops out and says, hey, I just got, the Miracle Worker ship, a big thing will say, this person at this point in this time just got this ship from a loot box. That's point 6 if you're paying attention. That is the equivalent. This is actually something that real-life casinos do, is they will make sure that certain specific machines have a higher chance of outputting and winning, and those machines are always much louder and carefully positioned so that no matter where you are in the casino, you are 100% guaranteed to be in one of the zones where there's one of those things where you can see and hear, hey, someone just won. Look at that, they're winning over there. That is 6 separate points, which could be qualified each as a negative for this crap. Hang on. We're up to point 7. This is the point that has pissed me off for years. Lobi crystals. Now, I'm going to be honest, Lobi crystals actually probably should be a story positive, because I like the idea behind it. But gameplay-wise, Lobi can go to freaking hell. Lobi crystals are a unique currency. There are very few sources of this currency. The only reliable and repeatable source of this currency is to open loot boxes. All loot boxes contain a very small amount, 4+, of Lobi crystals. Lobi is used to buy really good stuff, and always has been. Most of the things you can buy from Lobi are unique to Lobi. There is no other source of it. So if you're paying attention for a second here, you remember how I mentioned you can't buy some of the legendary ships because they're locked behind bundles? You can't buy Lobi ships or Lobi consoles. You have to, the only reliable method of doing that is to go ahead and get tons of loot boxes for free, and then open them up, not for free, in order to get enough Lobi in order to buy the thing you want. Just to give you a little bit of an example of some of the stuff you can get from Lobi, because there's some really good stuff here. Most of the modern super ships, like there's some really good dreadnoughts here, and the really good Jem'Hadar ships, which are very popular. The Undine biocruiser, the Voth temporal science vessel, the Tholian death machine, the Herc ship is there, the Maquis Raider is there. Hang on, there's so much. The Sona ship is there, the Zindi ship is there, the Husnock. How many of you remember that ship? That's Lobi. All of these, of course, have their own things and traits and other abilities which make them desirable, regardless of whether you want them. Yeah, I was going to say, the NX... there's the... So I see this ship all the time. In fact, we will almost guarantee see this ship throughout the course of the game. The Kelvin Intel Dreadnought Cruiser, better known as the Vengeance from Star Trek Into Darkness. The Vengeance is a really, really good ship. It's why I see so many of it. And it really is just this absolutely ludicrously good ship. It's like the Scimitar used to be, but it's kind of taken that. Yeah, the Vengeance is just a beast. Its ability, its Tier 5 trait, is called Target-Rich Environment. Beam, Fire at Will, and Cannon Scatter Volley, aka the two AoE things. Every time those are active, you gain 1% additional energy damage per target hit, stacks up to 30 times. The way that works out in practice is as long as you are in combat, you just straight up do 30% more damage. That's ignoring the fact that it has a unique ability. I mentioned unique. I didn't really talk about unique abilities. Lots of ships have unique abilities. They are literally unique to that exact ship. You know, you can be an intel ship with intelligence. I'll talk about jobs later. I haven't really talked about jobs yet. And I talked about consoles, and most of that stuff's malleable, right? But some specific ships also have a completely unique ability to them, and this one has the Broadside Cannon Barrage, which is exactly what it sounds like. Can you buy loot boxes with real money? No. Does buying them with real money include the keys to open them? No. You can only buy the keys with real money or in-game currency on the auction house. Do not recommend. And, is that a console? Shoot, I already closed it. I thought that was a unique ability. Hang on, let me double check. Hang on. Pull this thing back up. Pull the Vengeance back up. We're at least up to 7 negative for this goddamn thing. Where's its console? Oh, I guess the broadside is... So what's its unique? Does it not have a unique? Oh. Okay. My bad. That is the console. My bad. The Vengeance's unique is the fact that it comes with a hangar bay. Which, you might be thinking, that's not a unique. We'll talk about that later. But... what's the justification of the keys? Oh. You're asking me? I wouldn't do any of this crap. All right. So obviously there's some really, really good ships and some really cool ships. And again, this is kind of a cosmetic factor too. Some people just want to have a Jem'Hadar dreadnought carrier. Ironically, that's actually not the ship I was flying yesterday. It's a completely different ship, which is actually from Deep Space Nine. It's the really, 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 really big ship that's in one episode. What's the episode with the cadets flying a Defiant class, and they're dumb, and they all die? Spoilers. Valiant, that's it. That ship. It's the gigantic dreadnought ship from that episode. It is very cool looking, and it is a beast. It's not as good as it used to be, but it's a very cool looking ship. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. Also, in some cases, you can literally just buy consoles. For example, one of the newer ones, and I actually really want to buy this, is called Unstable Planetoid Detonation. Let's just call that what it is. That's the Genesis device. I've seen it in action. It's fun. You can also get certain traits with regard, like the Boimler effect. So we were talking about the Boimler effect earlier. The Boimler effect is a trait. Like the tier 5 stuff I was talking about, right? You level it up and then you can just put that on any build. So Boimler effect, what it does is you have a 1 in 6 chance anytime you use a buff ability. Hang on, give me a second to explain this. Anytime you use a buff ability, it has a chance to recharge the cooldown on all other shared category cooldowns. It got buffed a lot in last year, apparently. My goodness. So if I'm... It's crazy, is what that basically boils down to. I'm not actually 100% sure of the exact mechanics of how that works, but it's very, very useful. Costs Lobi. Now, let's talk prices. Remember, you get a minimum of 4 Lobi for loot box. So, that trait, the Boimler effect, costs 200 Lobi. Now, obviously, loot boxes can come with more than 4 Lobi, but worst case scenario is we're having to shell out $50 to buy the Boimler effect. Yeah, by the way, ships are 900 and up, because there are more expensive ships than just the 900. Like, there's the 960s and the 1200s and the 1800s. There are also low-buy sales, but you get the point. There's also some really good gear you can get from this. One of my personal favorite Omnis that I will never have is a low-buy. Some of the really, really good torpedoes is low-buy stuff. Just the entire Saboteur set. There's actually entire sets which are low-buy. There's the Zinkethi Resolve set, the Sensor Modification set, the Saboteur Gambler set, and the Delphic Application set. All of those sets are fantastic. By the way, there are sets in this game, so there's set bonuses. We haven't really talked about that yet. That's another aspect of build gameplay. If you, there's some items I actually have that that aren't really optimal, but I keep them on because they give me a set bonus. So, yeah. So let's talk about how many negatives all that nonsense is. So we've got the loot boxes just by themselves, which are always a negative. And then we've got the way they're shoved into your face in-game, the way they're shoved into your face in chat, the fact that you have to go through the Byzantine process to get them, which is something that someone in chat, DJT, has been complaining about very, very validly, I might add. Because the whole point is the box, it is another form of predatory practice. There's the fact that there's certain things you can only get from loot boxes and at an extraordinarily low chance rate. And then there's the low-buy system in its entirety. I feel like I'm actually missing something there, because we were up to 7. Screw the loot boxes. Now, okay, so hang on, there's an asterisk. Every now and again, they do have an event which allows you to get low-buy, including the current yearly event. I'm going to see if the game's up again. Let me try to log in really quick. Probably not going to happen. Worth a shot. Oh, it's up. Perfect. So I can start showing you some of the stuff I'm talking about. Close the game and repatch. Okay. Well. Do it. There it goes. There are events. Events make some of this crap less bad, and it's one of the reasons I can still recommend this game despite how irritating and messed up its in-game transactions tend to be. Because events allow you to kind of wiggle room around some of this stuff. They're not as bad as some games. You know how there's that old thing? You can just get all this currency in-game. You just have to spend 700 years doing it. Right, you remember that old chestnut? It's not as bad in this game, thank God. You know, like, I'll actually show you right now. I'll literally showcase it. So we've got events right here. So you see this thing that's going on here? First of all, there's the Lobi store. Hey, there's what I was talking about. You gain campaign progress by doing events. So this is called, this is the yearly event. It's the upper half of this. All this stuff up here. The individual events are the lower stuff down here. Like currently we're doing this particular event. Some of these give you campaign progress, some of them don't. Now, there's two layers of this, which is why I'm trying to be specific about this. The yearly event gives you one of these three things. Your options are to just choose a tier 6 ship, just like that, or gain 2 tier 6 ships from the store, or gain 1,500 Lobi. Now, to explain that a little bit, this tier 6 thing, and I think it actually will... Yeah, so this is the list of ships you can get from the tier 6 thing. It's a big freaking list, and it's a lot of ships that, generally speaking, you don't really have access to otherwise. There's some good stuff in here. And a lot of tier 6 stuff in there. Your guess is as good as mine, Warpcore. Anyways, so you just get to pick one ship that you want and say, I want that. And you can just save up to that. So the store discount, that's the middle one here, right here. That's exactly what it sounds like. That allows you to go to the store here, go to the ships, and buy 2 tier 6 ships, just for free. Now, let me just go ahead and jump in here really quick. I recommend this the least of the options. But if you're not super invested in the game or whatever, then there's nothing wrong with going with this. It's just, most of these ships are the easiest ships to come by, for lack of a better way to put it. And they tend to go on sale, and yada, yada, yada. But if there's a ship here like, say, this thing, which, excuse me, no, I actually mean this thing, which is actually pretty cool, sure. But it is worth noting there are other specific events that tend to give away tier 6 tokens, and a tier 6 token is exactly what it sounds like. It gives you a free tier 6 ship from this list. It's a huge list, admittedly. But, you know, that's the starter right there. The last thing is the Lobi. We've just been talking about that. It gives you a giant chunk of Lobi. That is enough for a ship and some change or several loot boxes. I'm probably going, or not loot boxes, sorry, consoles. I'm probably going for the Lobi because I've already got several consoles. Is that a Gorn that just flew by? That I would like to get at some point. And again, remember, the Lobi stuff tends to be exclusive to the Lobi store, so that's kind of worth it to me personally. So that's the large-scale event. That's the yearly stuff. Let's talk about the individual events. So we've got these little individual events. The way these work out, these are much cooler overall. So you do a daily. These dailies are usually quick, relatively easy things to do. I do, but give me a second, my Kamado. These little events are, obviously they are still manipulative. Let's just be honest about that. They're still trying to keep you logged into the game and keep you playing the game. I don't mind that much because there's a gradient of acceptability here, right? If they try to make you log in to just open 15 loot boxes and do this really irritating thing every day, that's frustrating. If you log in to do a quick quest or mission that you're probably going to do anyways, that doesn't bother me. But how much that bothers you is going to be up to you, but we do need to be honest, this is still a keep you logged into the game approach, like being attacked by a Gorn. Probably because they were designed afterwards, Triaxia. So, as you can see, I am 14 days in. In 6 days, I will get my thing. What do I get? I get a ship. This is the ship I will get. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Anyway, so this, the rewards from these, and I will give them their defense on this, are always worthwhile. In this case, this is a tier 6 ship. Now, remember, tier 6 ships come with usually a console and a trait. So I'll be able to get the trait, which I want, and the console, it's right there, the Snindarian of Defenses, which I want. You get my point? So the reason I bring this up especially, obviously if you're going full deep, you know, balls deep into the build system, these are useful because they give you more options for builds. But even if you're just playing this game casually, the reason this is cool is because this is a Tier 6 ship. Remember what I said yesterday and today, any Tier 6 ship with even a moderately decent build can carry you through the entire game. This is how you get a Tier 6 ship if you don't want to spend money on this game. You do one of these little events, and you get one of their ships. Now, they don't always give you ships. Sometimes they give you armor. Like the Red Angel armor, which I'm currently wearing, which is extremely good. Or, what's the other armor? I actually don't have it on right now, I don't think. Hang on a sec. I think I put it on someone else. Yeah, I did. Now, here it is. This set, the Kumarke Lightning set, which is the one that was just recent before now. So, yeah, no, these are Tier 6 ships. It's worthwhile to do. Yada, yada, yada. But that's the event thing. That's the Lobi thing. So here's the Lobi store, right? This is what I was talking about earlier. It is categorized. There's ships and crew. As you can see, they're all very expensive. Ground gear, if you care. There's a few things you can get from ground gear. I think I've only ever bought one thing from ground. I'm not even sure where it is. If I can find it. It's one of the only Lobi purchases I've ever made in my entire career of playing this game. There it is, right there. The Advanced Herald Anti-Proton Beam Projector. That's that thing on my back. That is one of the best weapons in the entire game. That's not an exaggeration. I just got it because it was cool. But yeah, this is where you can get a bunch of cool ground stuff. Costumes is exactly what it sounds like. These are cosmetics. There are many of them. Most of them are basically based off of existing stuff. Like you've got the Section 31 badge, the Wrath of Khan suit, the Mako uniform, the Grand Nagus outfit. You get it. Vanity pets, nobody cares about those. Devices. These... So we haven't talked about devices yet. So moving on. Again, here's the space gear, and I was talking about this earlier. So yeah, there's... there's the Genesis device console, which I actually kind of want to get. And as you can see, there's the Boimler effect, which I was talking about earlier. There's also the Baul set, which is really nice. These are the weapon sets I was just talking about. And you can see there's several of those as well, and they're all really good. Pretty much everything purple and up is good. We'll talk about tribbles, don't worry. So, at the moment, I'm thinking 7 negatives. That is what we've built up to. It's literally 1 negative per individual point of bad. Anybody else have any other thoughts about the loot box garbage? I have no hesitation giving that many negatives to one feature of the game because I hate the loot boxes in this game so much. I literally think it is actually the worst thing in the entire game. Yes, worse than the ground combat. This entire system sucks, top to bottom. Meanwhile, my Gorn butler here. Actually, I can just do that here, right? Yep, I could get a Phoenix prize pack. So Phoenix prize packs are... Let's hold off on that. Well, let's come back to that in just a second. Yeah, let's float in the air for a minute. There we go. Hey, there's that ship that I was just talking about. Get it nice. There we go, it works. Ham. Yeah, we will at some point have to discuss the dilithium economy, which... I We talked about this yesterday. The biggest reason why most MMOs do not fix their economies is because they don't understand how economies work. And I really think that's the case with STO. I think they have absolutely no idea what they're doing with regards to the dilithium economy. Because they're just... Bleh. Hey, Ross. So we've got, hang on, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I can remember my 7 points here. Help me out here. What were my 7 points? So I'm juggling a lot of info in my head. I apologize. I'm trying to keep it all straight. There's the Lobi themselves. They're saying, sorry, there's loot boxes themselves. There's the drop thing. There's the spam thing. No, Trihexia. Oh yeah, the extra key. Thank you. I did have the, so there's the low rate chance of getting things. There's the extra layer of crap on top of it, which is aggravating to do, by the way, while we're on the subject. And then we've got the Lobi problem. I mean, this will all be monetization negative, because it is. This is all monetization negatives. But I have no problem going above 3 for something this in-depth and this not. Like, if we were to review Diablo Immortal, we would break way past the 3 negative cap when it comes to this kind of thing. Yep, okay, that's all 7. You got this, Ross. Don't worry about it. Yep, nope. So that's 7 negatives to gameplay for loot boxes. Okay. So, very briefly, since we started off talking about the in-game store, and then we drifted into builds for a while. I just want to show you some of the stuff I was talking about. Here's my ship, the Dreadnought. I actually named my ship the Dreadnought because I'm boring and stupid. Here's the weapons I was talking about. 4 weapons, aft weapons. See this? This is the best game. This is the best weapon. This is the best weapon in the entire game. No, really. Make sure you get it. It's actually relatively easy to get to. It's a reputation thing. If you're wondering, I said this yesterday, but the reason I say this is because this thing does kinetic damage in any direction over time, while also just being death in general. I don't know how else to explain this stupid thing. You'll notice I have quad damage on this thing. This thing is absolutely stupid. It's hard to overestimate how good the kinetic cutting beam is. It is in almost every build that I've ever seen. There are some that don't use it. So kinetic does extra damage to hull, Blade Traval. And when a ship's hull goes to 0, that's what counts as killing them. And yes, that is a weapon slot. That's why I put it in my aft. You'll notice I actually have several Omnis in my back. I've got an Omni Phaser, just typical. The Omni Kinetic. I've also got the Trilithium Enhanced weapon. That's for something else. And I've got the Trilithium Enhanced Omni Array as well. So I've got a whole lot of phaser damage in my aft. But then in the 4, so let's talk about this. I've got the Terran Dual Heavy Phaser. I've got the Agony Dual Heavy Phaser. I've got the Phaser Wide Array. And then I've got the Dark Matter Torpedo. Now, I'm not going to go into full in-depth onto why I have all this stuff, because honestly, that would take a while. The only thing you need to know right now is I have different damage types and different damage attacks up front for my cycling damage thing I mentioned earlier. That right there is part of a set, which is specifically why I have that one. Lorca's Ambition. That set bonus... Here, I think I can actually show you what that set bonus does. There we go. Perfect. So that set bonus usually stack up to 3, sometimes they stack up to 4. In this case, the 2-piece set bonus is every time I crit, I gain crit severity for 20 seconds, stacks up to 25 times. And set 3 bonus. This gives me an ability. I automatically launch a dark matter quantum torpedo at enemies below half health. Max 1 torpedo per second, no more than 1 torpedo per enemy. Now that may sound minor, but that's just free torpedoes. Effectively, infinitely, in an AoE to anything in range. Neither, by the way, Sluggeretta. That's the whole reason GTA 5 is so good. It is good in story and gameplay. What's it look like visually? It's the really dark torpedo. And it's the one that disintegrates enemies, I'm pretty sure. It's either that or the other thing. So anyways, so that's weapons, right? Hang on. Now, something I barely talked about was deflector, impulse, warp, and shields. This is part of your build, too, though. So you notice I just have a fairly standard elite fleet deflector. There's nothing really much to say about that. Same thing with the warp drive. Most of what these things do is they change your stats in specific things. Like, for example, this particular deflector gives me shield healing, starship hit points, improved speed and turn rate, improved control effects and resistance to control effects, increased crit hit chance, and increased shield penetration, which is very, very useful. On the warp drive, same general thing. These are just stat sticks, is what these are primarily. At least the ones I'm using. So this just gives me faster power transfer rate. We'll talk about that later. Less weapon power cost, extremely important. And resistance to subsystem power drain, as well as changes my warp speed.
The Horgon hunt has started. Talk to the Horgon Collector to participate.
It's actually pronounced Horgon. Thank you very much. And it changes my slipstream drive, which is absolutely ludicrous, but we'll show that off later. More important is your impulse and your shields. Now, my impulse drive right here, this is what I mentioned earlier. This is part of the build I was talking about. Increases my speed, increases my turn rate, that's all cool. But the main thing I have there is anytime I use a certain a firing bridge officer ability, like Fire at Will or Beam Overload, I gain massive flight speed, massive turn rate, massive defense rating, and increased recharge speed. No, I just realized I could show some of this stuff off here. Hang on just a second. Let me beam up in the air, like you do. Yeah, most of the stuff I'm showing you does not cost money, other than the ship I'm in, which I'll talk about in a minute. And, hey, we don't have the bug right now. Holy crap. So, this, if you look over here, that's the beam overload ability. This is what this looks like in practice. Then I can hit that ability, and I can also hit this ability and this ability. And then just fly around for a second, destroying something in the face. And then I can hit it again immediately. Can I crash into the planet? I mean, yes, but it's not really exciting. Go to the other Oxbat. And gain the boost again. You can see how quickly, bonk, I can gain that particular ability. So that's that particular build, and that's how it works in combat and action. That's why I'm actually reasonably maneuverable, despite the fact that I'm in this giant boat. Now, I know Dr. Winter didn't ask how big this ship is, but remember, this thing is actually really big. It's actually too big, to be completely blunt. Fortunately, it looks like we don't have any other really good comparable ships over here to show off. But let's just say that this ship is way too damn big. This thing dwarfs a galaxy. That's not even the biggest ship there is. You know what I should do? I should go to ESD. Hey, the bug showed up. Cars. Definitely Silverado. What? Nexus of Concordia? I wasn't bored. I was just showing it off. Alright. A lot of ships in ESD. There's always ships just hanging out in ESD. We've got a Constitution right there, but I was hoping for something a little more modern. Let's see what we got over here. It's the Kelvin Constitution, but that thing's just... There's the Vengeance, by the way. I told you we'd see one. Everybody flies the friggin' Vengeance. There's 2 Vengeances right next to each other. God, I hate that ship so much. In-game, it's fine. just like the Scimitar. But in lore, oh, that ship is so stupid. Looks like we're going to have to live with the Constitution. It's our only real option. Alright, so let's head over to that thing. If I can get over here. Hang on. I've also got this ability to get my evasive maneuvers back quickly. That's a separate combo. Oh shoot, we lost the Constitution. No, oh, wait, there it is, there it is. It's running from me. It's running. Anyways, so it's definitely... Oh my god, it's trying to kill me! I knew it! I knew it! Some of these ships I still don't recognize. I think they're new ships. Like Discovery kind of era ships. So, the Constitution class cruiser is actually a really big ship, as a reminder. And that's the retrofit. You see it right there? It's a great ship. Beautiful. One of my favorite ships in the entire series. This gigantic monstrosity is my ship. You'll notice that one of my cannons is bigger than that thing. Look at this! Look at this! It sounds weird complaining about this, but I actually think some of the ships in this game are just too damn big, and I keep hoping to see a universe while I'm saying this, but... Yeah, look at that gigantic cruiser compared to my Death Doom. Anyways, I don't know what that ship is. That is... I can expect it. This is something they actually patched in later. This is a Kirk Temporal Heavy Battle Cruiser Tier 6, which I actually don't know what that is. I don't recognize it, but that's what that thing is. I know what this is. That's a Miracle Worker. The boat right there. As I say, they've started adding a bunch of disco ships, which I don't recognize. That's just kind of whatever. Oh, yeah, you can also see a Defiant over here. Defiants are actually bigger than you think. You know, they don't look big, but they actually are. Look at the Defiant compared to the Constitution. The Defiant is about the size of the Constitution's hull, for example. Only back in the day, Sluggeretta. And actually, no, I guess I haven't really watched it in years at this point, so it's whatever. Just kind of keep looking for a universe over there. So. Oh yeah, here you go. That's a Sovereign. This is actually a much better comparison. See that? That's a big old battle cruiser. Battleship, excuse me. That's the Sovereign. Beautiful ship. As you can see, I don't dwarf it, but I am much bigger than it than I really should be. And it always throws me, because the Lexington doesn't look like a big ship. Like, right? Like, it looks like it'd be about the size of an Excelsior. Look at this thing. I'm getting off topic. So, I do have other ships to show off. I'm kind of waiting to show them off on purpose. But, while we're here, let's finish talking about this stuff. So, we talked about Warp, we talked about Impulse, we showed off how Impulse works. Yeah, there's the Excelsior, by the way, for a bit of comparison. That's just a... Yeah, remember when the Excelsior was a Dreadnought? Shields! Now, shields you'd think are very important. Believe it or not, they're not that important. They do have... obviously, they're important for your ship, but what I mean is they tend to be unimportant for your build, unless you're going for something very, very specific, like you want either a set piece or whatever. You may have noticed that I specifically have Tilly's Review Pending Modified Shield. This is a Discovery Shield. The reason I have this is because of its... what my weapon attacks cause enemy shields to receive increased damage for 10 seconds. In other words, every time I attack an enemy, they get a vuln. That's the reason I use those shields. By the way, really quick, pretty sure, let me double check this. Every piece of equipment up here that I've just showcased is something you do not have to spend real money on. Pretty sure that's also true for the back. Yep, I am correct. And I'm just pointing this out because though I bought the Lexington, and I don't regret that purchase, none of this gear was something I bought. A lot of this is reputation stuff, some of it's fleet stuff, etc. I'm not dismissing that, Makamoto. I'm only pointing it out because some of the stuff you can't buy. We'll talk more about that later. Okay, so, devices. We haven't actually talked about devices yet, so let's ignore that for just a second. Let's go into consoles a little bit. So obviously, I talked about the universal consoles. I've got the Trellium D hull plating, which is part of trying to make sure that my ship is more maneuverable. I've got Lorca's custom fire control. This is part of the Lorca set, so I kind of have to have that. There are carriers in this game. They suck or are awesome, depending. But the main reason I have this sucker is because it also gives me a 3.6% increased crit chance, which may not sound like a lot, but it's a lot. By the way, the ship I'm flying is a carrier. Here, I'll launch some fighters for you. Boop. These are just straight up the best fighters in the game. These are actually the best fighters in the game currently. These are the hangar, these are the Elite Mirror Universe shuttlecraft, and these things are stupid. These things have a phaser beam array, and an omni phaser array, and beam overload, and tractor beam. These things are stupid. I'm not even exaggerating when I say that in most missions, those fighters do more damage than I do. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a disco ship. It's got to be a disco ship because it looks like that. Anyways, nothing really to say there. So you'll notice most of these yellow ones are universal consoles. I actually have some non-universal because I was playing with my build a little bit. So first of all, we have the Ordnance Accelerator. This is something I recommend on most people because what it does is, it increases your mine recharge speed. That's fine, whatever. But it increases your projectile weapon damage, that's your torpedoes, by 25%. And also your phaser or polaron damage by 25%. And yes, I have all Mark 15s across the board. I didn't push all my Mark 15s to orange because that gets expensive, but I do have nothing but Mark 15s on. Anyways, that's a fun little thing. But then we have these things. So these are fleet gear, I'm pretty sure. These are enhanced RCS accelerators. These are very, very simple. They give me all damage resistance rating and faster turn rate. The reason I have as maneuverable of a ship as I do, despite being this giant freaking boat, is because of some of my equipment, including these two. These do stack, obviously. That's why I have two of them on. I thought about running 3. In fact, I thought about running 5, but 2 is good enough once I have the other combo I have going, so I only really need 2. These are the other things. These are the So, not every build does this, but a lot of builds tend to lean heavily onto tactical vulnerability locators on your tactical slot. These are tactical consoles specifically. They increase your crit chance, and they make you do more damage of a specific damage type, in this case, phaser. All my damage types that aren't torpedoes are phaser damage. Probably the bank robbery slug rider. So, that just straight up increases my phaser damage by a huge freaking amount. As you can see, one of my only orange Mark 15s is that one. You know, I'm not sure where to get those other than fleet. We'll talk about fleets in a minute. There's the, I think that's the M6. No, that's not the M. What is that? I don't remember what this is. It's one of my things. Increase everything. Also makes, it actually buffs the fleet. Yes, I have 4 of those right now. Might come out. And there's the M6 computer. I actually was talking about that earlier. And over here we have Domino, which is ludicrous. And this is the multi-directional artillery barrage. I've been debating replacing this, but it's a good AoE. Here's the boffs. I was talking about the boffs. I think I've mostly discussed everything that needs to be discussed about that. So let's talk about traits a little bit. So these are traits. You got your personal ground traits. These don't matter that much. Your personal space traits. These don't matter that much. Your space reputation, you're probably going to be locked in on all your rep traits pretty universally, depending on what you want to go for. There's not a lot of variety there. The majority of your trait modulation and messing with in terms of build is going to be under starship traits. Every time I kept talking about how you level up a ship, you get a trait, that's these. As you can see, I have a few. And so, generally speaking, what you want to do anytime you get a new ship that has a tier 5 or a tier 6 trait is, even if you don't like the ship itself, you want to level it. And as you level it, you gain these traits, and so you have more and more and more options. These traits can do all kinds of stuff. I already gave you examples of these, so I'm not going to recover it, but that's where the starship traits are. There's the stations. I already talked about this. Looks like I actually specifically have mixed armaments, which is not on my board, even though it should be, because of a bug. It's literally not on the board now. Let's just pull that down. That should be right there, actually. Let's move this out. And let's move this down here. Yeah, the Jarok. I actually have the Jarok, which is that thing right next to me. The big old wing-looking thing. Let's go and see what's back here. So, let's talk about that bug really quick. We're going to pause for a moment and talk about how stupid this stupid bug is. So, every now and again, this over here, this is your hotbar, right? in the lower right of your screen. Some of these abilities just go away. Not all of them. They fixed that bug. But sometimes, some of them will go away. Console abilities, like, see, these things right here, those are console abilities. The color-coded ones, those are bridge abilities. Sometimes they'll just not be there anymore. That's extremely frustrating, especially since saving a loadout, which is this, doesn't always fix it. You'll notice I literally just had to put a bar down there right now, which is my mixed armament synergy, which is extremely important to my damage output. And it just wasn't on my bar anywhere. This game is pretty buggy. But I'm mentioning this. I use 4 hotbars, personally. I mention this because this is something you kind of have to be aware of. It's frustrating, but it's less frustrating if you know your build. The only reason it's really frustrating for me is because I run 3 ships with 3 very different builds. So remembering what I'm missing is something I'm not super great at. Anyways. So, then we've got... I literally have nothing on my runabout. That's actually funny. Let's talk briefly about some other game mechanic stuff, but we need to give several pluses to builds. I think I know how I'm going to part and parcel that out, but we'll get to that in a minute. Bridge officers. So they have stats. These don't matter that much. They have armor, shields, weapon, devices. Pretty much the exact same that you do, with a little bit less malleabilities. You know, so we have substantially more device slots, and we have a kit module. We'll get into that later. Setting these people up is kind of like, you don't have to. I like to do it. It does make them more useful. It does make them better. You'll notice I have some that are not set up at all because I never use them in ground missions. But for the most part, you can set these up however the hell you want to. I primarily lean on my engineers. Let's switch over to skills for a second. Because engineers are silly good on the ground. I tend to use... Who's Skinner? I tend to use my engineers to do things like, say, make a drone, or make a mortar, or make a turret, or recharge our shields. And that's pretty much my ground build right there in a nutshell. You'll notice I actually have that also here. A medical generator fabricator, and a mine barrier. It's a rat movie? I don't think I've seen that movie. So, that's how I have my engineers set up. I highly recommend always having at least one engineer on your team at any given point in time, because holy crap. Ignore the giant swarm flying around me. It's cool. It's cool. Everything's cool. Nothing bad going up here. So you can, when you beam down, depending on the exact mission determines how many crew members you can bring down with you. I believe the usual is 4. But either way, you can also set your default beam down team here, the standard away team. And it is 4, so there you go. As you can see, I got my 2 engineers. I also have one of my medical people, as well as one of my buff us people. Spirit and Dawn almost never join me on ground missions because I'm always grouping with Pax. So Pax takes up the other half of the slots, so to speak, so I usually don't have to worry about those. Now, I talked about... so let's talk about buff abilities. Let's really go into this for a second. Okay. So I mentioned how they're your abilities, but let's talk about some more specifics. So, as I mentioned, 4 slots. Ensign, Lieutenant, Lieutenant Commander, Commander. There's your 4 slots. Ignore ground. It doesn't matter for the sake of this. Now, here's a list of all the abilities that they know. And for some reason, it's being done. There we go. And so you can see, like, here's all their Lieutenant abilities. Here's all their Lieutenant Commander. Here's all their Commander. First point of order. There's usually several ranks of an ability. What I mean by that is usually what will happen is just by leveling them up, they will gain, like, Eject Warp Plasma 2, but they will not gain Eject Warp Plasma 3, which is better. You do have to seek that out individually. That's what training books are for. I'll cover the specifics of training books later, but the point is, these are the options. This is what you can have for them. Now, how much you care is up to you. I tend to try and use a very specific individual group of people so I can always have the same abilities, or excuse me, most of my abilities on the same people, so I don't have to swap people in and out constantly when I switch between ships. But each of these, it'll tell you exactly what each of these things can do, and why they work, and how they work. I don't remember a Skinner from Ratatouille. I'm sorry. I don't know who that is. So, as you can see, most of this stuff, they've got ranks, aceton beam there. I mentioned that because obviously a weirdly large amount of your design when it comes to BOF abilities boils down to your ensign slot and your commander slot. What do you want for your commander slot, and what do you want for your ensign slot? Now, for example, the only commander slot I have here is for this person, which is, of course, why I have a miracle workable ability. In fact, I have mixed armament synergy, which I talked about earlier. Now, that's... I built a lot of my build around making sure I have that. It's like, okay, well, now I gotta figure out what I get for the rest of the stuff, because a lot of the ensign abilities aren't all that great. Generally speaking, however, there are several ensign abilities which are fine, despite the fact that they're ensign abilities. Engineering team, emergency power to weapons, tactical, tactical team. All this stuff still does its basic stuff, and is still useful despite being an ensign ability. So you got to think about, okay, what I want here, what I want here, and the middle is just building it out. You'll notice my commander over there is Gravity Well, because Gravity Well, I actually need to get Gravity Well 3 on this guy. I think I have Gravity Well on someone else. There it is. There's Gravity Well 3. I knew I had it on somebody. You can also make a Tychon's Rift. I kind of already talked about this, but science abilities, like some of this stuff, and especially like the intel abilities, or not intel, no, I think it's temporal, actually. Yeah, here we go. Like timeline collapse, that's kind of your mage build. Oh, it's ridiculous, Space Cadet. This ship is so big. I hate it. Anyways, I know this is a really, really brief overview. I know that I'm just kind of breezing through stuff that is actually fairly complex. But what it boils down to is these are the abilities they can have. All abilities that they can have are here. You can train them in a specialization. A specialization and an ability both require a book. You can get a book in ESD, or from the auction house. Or you can ask someone else to make one, because they're craftable. This is one of the ways which your class matters. So speaking as a science officer... Wrong thing. I need this. Here we go. Ignore that. I can make science books. I can also make these kind of books, too. But the point is, I can make all these training modules for all the science abilities. See all this stuff out here? So you can come to me and say, hey, Laura, you know, do you have this stuff so I can go make this? And I can go ahead and craft it for you. There are some other exceptions to that, but and we're not going to get into crafting right now. The point is, you get a book, you get an ability, or a specialization. Specializations and books also cost expertise. You will not be hurting for expertise. As you see, I have 6 million expertise lying around, and it costs 1,500 to learn something. Don't worry about that. Okay, so we've covered BOFs. We should probably go ahead and cover DOFs, which is something I've been kind of dodging for a while now. So DOFs, you briefly saw that over here. DOFs, where do I go to? So, okay. So, here's my DOFs. I actually don't have that many DOFs, because I deleted a bunch of them. Yes, I'm rank 4 diplomatic, shut up. DOF is the term for duty officer. Each of them has a very minor effect, or an extraordinarily useful effect if comboed. You can have, I believe, 6 active space and 3 of the same type active at the same time. Same with ground. 3 active, 3 whatever. So, in this case, you'll notice I have recharges evasive maneuvers when emergency power to engines is activated. That's why I have this over here. We also have recharge of BOF abilities reduced after aux to bat, which is these 3. I already talked about that combo. But that's where that comes from. So, DOF abilities in general are either very, very minor changes to your build or critical components of it. But again, you have to... This is one of those things where you kind of need a wiki. Because most of this stuff you're not going to get just playing the game. You will actually gain DOFs just playing the game. Like Law, you actually saw him earlier, that guy right there. You just get him by doing the game. He just gives you a chance to reduce time to recharge torpedoes. The STO wiki is kind of required for a lot of these. You get this guy by doing the quest, too. Shrug. This is when you're getting into a little bit of the nitty-gritty, but as you can see, 2 of my abilities, 2 of my maneuver abilities, are very, very important because of my DOFs, so they are definitely part of the build. These are also very expensive because everybody knows what the good DOFs are, so if you want to buy them in the auction house, good freaking luck. Ground, less important. I like to use Somog because I get Latinum every time I kill nearby enemies. I have more Latinum than I will ever need because I kill enemies. Anyways. Yeah, some DOFs you can do specific... So let's talk about DOF missions. This is a good time to talk about DOF missions. Yeah, Latinum is ironically the least useful currency. It's used for nothing that I'm aware of. Okay. So actually, let's pause for just a second. Before we talk about another mechanic, we've talked about DOFs, BOFs, ships, slots, traits. We haven't talked about uniques. We haven't talked about jobs yet. So let's keep talking about builds for a second. So I need something to shoot at. Let's do the quickest and easiest DOF, or excuse me, STO, TFO instance that exists. That would be ISE. You'll notice that was an instantaneous queue because it always is. This is the one I was referencing. This is the patchwork. This is where you go to just test out builds or kill something immediately or show off something like I'm about to do. The queue is almost always going to be immediate because everybody does it for this purpose. We're going to be fighting some Borg. Very, very, very minor spoilers. See what other ships we got here.
The situation is grim.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Begin by destroying the nanite generators.
Say, there's the Jem'Hadar. There's two Jem'Hadar ships over there. A full carrier, and then the carrier I was using. And a temporal ship.
Destroy it.
And a Zenkethi dreadnought. Oh, that's an interesting spread. Let's go and get our fighters out. Might as well contribute a little bit. So, let's talk about unique abilities, and let's talk about jobs. Job is my term. I'm using that because it's easier than trying to come up with, you know, whatever term it actually is. So, give me a moment here. Give me a second. They're actually called specializations, but, I mean, honestly, whatever.
Beyond assimilating our culture and technology.
So this is a special ability, a unique ability, excuse me. Let me get in range. So you see that double lance I just shot out? Which does an enormous amount of damage to a single target and has a 2-minute cooldown. That is the Agony Spinal Lance. That's that thing up on top of my ship there. The lance, there's actually several ships that have a lance ability, but the Terran lances are insane, as you are probably not surprised by. They're not dead yet? There we go. Taking too long to die, Jesus.
The nanite probes can repair the transporters. Stop them!
Unique abilities have the ability to... Unique abilities are exactly what they sound like. It's something unique to the ship. It's something you only get from that ship. You can't. It's not modular. You can't pull it to something else. It is part of that ship. The end. Like the lance, right? There are other super unique abilities like that. There's not that many, but there are several ships that do have truly unique abilities like that. Each of those can be a part of your build. I'm going to be completely honest. I did not pick up the Lexington because of the lance. The lance was incidental to the rest of my build. But it is still a very nice addition. And it's basically just bonus. Just think of it like bonus damage. Yet, by the way, part of the amusement here is that this extremely terrifying Borg mission tends to be knocked over inside of 2 minutes. Because everyone uses this, especially the people who are at the high end. So we tend to Shrek this stuff. See that? That's a tactical cube. Intrepid, Ross. Of course it's in the game, before you ask. By the way, we're on medium difficulty. Which I only mention because that tac cube is gone. Just crushed. You know what's really funny? Even nowadays, even with people absolutely capable of shrekking these places, Borg can still kill you. We'll talk more about that when we talk about enemy variety. But the Borg are still dangerous to this day. It's just, you know... That's funny. just not, you know, as bad as it used to be. Hang on, let's go repair that really quick. Ignore the fact that that ship just killed me after it died. So that's the super unique ability. That was the Lance, right? Again, bonus stuff, nice, not really required. Now, what was the other thing I talked about the fighters, I talked about the super uniques. Jobs, right. How did I die? Well, the Borg ship exploded and has a very big radius because it's a Borg cube. We'll talk about the Borg when we come to enemy thing. It's a whole funny thing. Anyways, so, jobs. My job is a miracle worker. It's this little button over here. You probably didn't even see this down here. It's this dinky little thing. So there are 5. Hang on, 1, 2, 3. There are 5 jobs, specializations: command, intelligence, miracle worker, pilot, temporal. Okay, so I'm a miracle worker. Each of these gives you a completely separate and innovative mechanic, not innovative, independent mechanic, separate from everything else, right? This mechanic usually manifests in this separate bar. In fact, I believe it's literally just called the ship specialty status, which is right there. So command officers. A command ship has it so that every time you use a command ability or a buff ability, you gain a little bit of mana. Once you have a certain amount of mana, you could spend it on a very, very good ability, a buff that hits your entire team. These buffs are really nice. We also have intelligence. I don't know intelligence as well because I don't actually run an intelligence ship. But I do know that... Looking for it. Here it is. So you deploy a thing called Gathering Intelligence, and it scans your target, and it gives you, again, a stacking thing in order to make a target vulnerable. Once a target is particularly vulnerable, you can use Expose Vulnerability, which is a special ability, which makes it either easier to hit, does less damage, or disables it. Okay? Again, intelligence being kind of the debuff spec. Miracle Worker I'll show off in a moment, because that's my thing. Pilot is actually really easy to explain, too, because pilots just have pilot. So if you're paying attention, both command and intelligence have a mana bar, which you build by doing stuff and then you use to spend, right? Pilots don't have that. Pilots have maneuvering. You can do barrel rolls left and right, which give you some iframes, and you can do barrel roll forwards, back, or to the sides. And that gives you a little bit of extra maneuvering, and it also gives you a little bit of extra iframes, like I said. Oh yeah, there's also drifting. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. It's been a while since I've flown a pilot ship. That's kind of its own thing. Each of those have their own cooldowns instead of having a build spender. Temporal is weird. Temporal is really only useful for mage ships, but that makes sense because temporal is kind of the mage spec. So the way temporal works is you have 3 configurations that you can use, right? There's offensive configuration, defensive configuration, and support configuration. What you do is you generate... Each of them have their own thing that generate a counter based on something. Once that counter goes up to 6, you actually can use the molecular deconstruction beam, which attacks the enemy, and then you reset your counter back down to 0. Defensive configuration. Each of these configurations basically buffs some of your stuff and debuffs some of your other stuff. So you can kind of pick how you want to be playing, and then of course you get the attack regardless, depending on which configuration you are. Miracle Worker is my personal favorite. So if you look in the lower right here, lower left here, you'll notice that I have the current ability I have up on the queue is Containment Layering. This is a gigantic hull heal. All of the Miracle Worker abilities are extremely overpowered. There's a really, really high hull heal. There's a really good shield heal. There's something that makes your shields invincible for a few seconds and prevents bleed through. There's an ability that makes it so that you make a clone of yourself that then rams the enemy, which does an insane amount of damage, etc., right? Miracle Worker abilities are ludicrous. You're probably thinking, why are they so much better than the other ones? It's because making Miracle Worker abilities is more unique. So to make this ability go off, I can't actually cast Containment Layering. The only thing I can do is fill this bar. You notice we got a red, a yellow, and a yellow. So what I need to do is I need to use a red ability, a tactical ability, and then 2 engineering abilities. Once I fill this, once all 3 of these abilities have been used, that fires the moment I do that. Now, if you're paying any kind of attention, you're noticing that this is more complicated than any of the other jobs. Because you have to not just be mindful of what you need for the next ability, you have to be mindful for what the ability is, and you have to be mindful to not fire it off by accident when you don't need it or when you don't want to use it. So, yeah, it's kind of like playing a little bit of a roulette. I'll actually demonstrate here really quick. Boom. Huge hole heel just goes off, right? Now, it takes a few seconds to reboot. So we'll just wait here a moment. Yeah, there's also no way to plan. That's why I'm showing this off. This is the roulette thing. Because if you pay attention here, right now it's just nothing. But in probably about 5 more seconds here, we'll get a random ability. These abilities are not always useful. This is why they're so damn good. Because they're also kind of situational. So we got the Barclay maneuver. This is the ram I was just mentioning. What this does, it requires 3 tactical, and it makes a photonic copy of my ship, which then immediately uses ramming speed on the nearby flow. This does, again, a stupid amount of kinetic damage to whatever it hits. This can actually kill ships outright, depending on what you're fighting. But again, I may not want that. Maybe I'm really low on health and I want to live, or I want my shields or whatever. So another thing you can do is you try to cycle through the ability as quickly as possible in order to try and get rid of it, in order to try and get the next thing up in the cycle. But then it's a good 20 seconds before the next roulette ability comes up. So Miracle Worker is my personal favorite job, specialization. But it is also the trickiest and the, I don't want to say the most situational so much as the might not work out in your favor. It's pretty random. But it's a randomness you have a degree of control over, which I tend to like. Occasionally, I have gotten the Barclay maneuver multiple times in a row. I remember this one time I was doing Counterpoint, and Barclay maneuver came up, which is really good for the thing you're fighting in Counterpoint. And then it came up again, and I'm like, well, sure! Anyways. This is also a good reason why you, if you're doing a Miracle Worker build, you probably want to have at least one ability of the 3 colors at a given point in time. You'll notice I have exactly 1 science ability, which is Tractor Beam. Now, I have Tractor Beam because of the thing that allows me to reduce cooldown on my consoles, but I also have it because I'm a Miracle Worker ship. Now, I also have a command ship, which I'll show off later, and a 3rd ship, which has no specialization. Not every ship has a specialization, by the way. But it's always easy to tell which specialization a ship is because it'll say it in the ship title. You'll notice that this is, it's actually not going to say it here. But if you were to look up the Lexington, the ship I'm in, it would say Miracle Worker, Terran, Dreadnought Cruiser, Tier 6. And that gives you all the information you need. You know the type of ship it is, you know the specialization it has, if any, and you know the tier it is. So that's the specialization, and the jobs there too. Okay. So we've just covered a whole lot of info. I think that's actually everything. I think that's all the build stuff. Pretty sure. My goodness. As you can see, the build rabbit hole goes way down. So how many pluses we give for this is actually debatable. So one thing I'm going to give a plus for right off the bat, just 1 plus, is the fact that all of this is completely optional. So the way the system works, Blade Interval, is any individual aspect of a game is capped at 3. Notice how I say that. As a reminder, the way the system works is if we were to give a plus to a level, for example, or a stage or a boss, what that actually is, in the logic of the review system, is multiple aggregate pluses for the visuals and the platforming and the enemy distribution and the enemy variety and the encounter design and the boss design itself and the music that's playing and the audio design. All of the different aspects that make up that stage gain a positive parceled out. So when I say something can only have 3 positives, we can zoom in. Make sense? Now, the system is designed that way on purpose, because in most games, most of the time, that was a neat level. But then every now and again, you have a stage which just goes above and beyond, which has really, really good enemy design, or excellent, fantastic visuals, or really nails a boss fight. So that gets pulled out to be its own positive. Which is relevant because this might be the best builds game I've ever seen in my life. There's only one game I can think of off the top of my head that matches this in terms of build capacity, and that is Diablo 3. which if you know anything about Diablo 3, you know how insane that is. So what I'm thinking is we're probably going to zoom the camera in on each of the aspects of the build. And we're going to figure out how many of these individual aspects get 1 or more positives, because we're zooming in, right? Let's come back to that DJT. Don't let me forget, though, okay? So, we've got the ships. So let's actually write this all out. We've got ships, weapons, sets, consoles. We didn't really talk about hangars yet, but that's the unique. So it's uniques, specs, specializations. We've got traits. We've got buffs. Goffs. Did I just finish an endeavor doing that? What was my endeavor? Did somebody see what my red endeavor was? So I apparently finished it. All right, let's finish my other endeavor while we're... We should probably talk about endeavors at some point, too. We will. Don't worry. There we go. That endeavor's done. Okay, so ships, weapons, sets, consoles, unique, specs, traits, buffs, doffs. I think that's everything. Help me out. Am I missing something here? I guess, actually... It's technically multiple things, isn't it? I think that's everything. I did say jobs, that's specs. I think that's everything. Okay, so that's all the specific elements of the builds. Oh yeah, devices. We haven't even talked about devices yet. So devices suck. So hold on. There are probably about 10, well actually there's like 30 devices in the game. 25 of them suck. The problem is there are good devices and everyone uses them because they're the good devices. You will always see someone with the red matter capacitor. You'll always see someone with the subspace field modulator. You'll always see someone with the phased waveform beacon and the Delta Alliance reinforcements beacon and the temporal negotiator. And if there's anything else I don't even know about off the top of my head, devices are really basic. There's a lot they could do with devices that they don't. They usually fold the stuff that devices could be into things like consoles. There's the Nimbus Pirates, which is basically a worse Delta, which is actually a worse phased. There's also the Kobayashi Maru, which I'm really upset that I don't have. The Kobayashi Maru is actually probably the best device in the game. Sigh. But the problem with the devices is most of these are events or very specific things where you can get them, like the Kobayashi Maru. I can't get the Kobayashi Maru right now. So that sucks. But yeah, I think the devices are a super wash. You can get some of the... They added some of this stuff to vendors, so you can get the red matter capacitor nowadays. But like, the phased waveform beacon is actually from a quest, which I highly recommend doing, by the way. That allows you to summon a bunch of death that kills whatever you're looking at, to summarize. The temporal negotiator makes it so that all your bridge officer abilities just recharge faster briefly. Oh yeah, that's Phoenix Star. Like I said, I know they brought back some of this stuff here. 8,000 Zen for the Kobayashi Maru. Jesus Christ. So there you go. You can get the Kobayashi Maru, which is the best device in the game, for $80. Now you're probably thinking, what's so good about the Kobayashi Maru? Does anybody here have the Kobayashi Maru? I doubt it. I really wish I'd gotten it. I can't believe I didn't get that. So what happens is you use it, and it spawns the Kobayashi Maru. It pops out. Oh, okay, Flag End has it. Let me go ahead and show it on camera. It's not worth $80. Remember, a ship, the average price of a ship is $30. The Kobayashi Maru device is $80. We've already given the negatives for the shop, but I'm just pointing out why that's stupid. I'll just wait a moment here and jot down in. Yeah, this stuff does go on sale. There's the featured stuff. There's also Mud's Market, which is a rotating stuff. Some of the stuff isn't always available. Some of the stuff goes on sale. I recommend never buying anything from this, personally. Oh yeah, there's the Alachi Walker. By the way, that Combat Walker we showed off earlier, that is also $80. So, don't recommend that either. Anyways. But yeah, devices are a wash, I think. I don't think the device... The game... This probably deserves its own negative, and this boils down to the daily thing. The game wants you to keep playing it, and punishes you for not. And I don't have a better way to phrase that. It's actually something that'll come up when we cover Guild Wars 2 as well. Most of the stuff I have, I got because I was playing at the time. You know, that giant gelatinous ship, I'm going to get that because I'm doing the daily. And then I'll have access to it. Oh, you can't... here, hang on. You know what? It doesn't matter. We can show it off later because we're going to do TFOs probably later today. Point is, it punishes you for not playing because the only reason I have half the stuff I'm staring at there is because I did events for it. The only reason I have a lot of the traits I have is because, hey, there's an event to get this ship. So I did the event to get the ship, leveled the ship, got the trait. Hey, it's the worst ship in the game. Check it out, check it out. Hang on, really quick. God, I hate this ship so much. It's really... No, come back, you're terrible. I need to show them how terrible you are. And they're gone. God, I hate that ship so goddamn much. The pizza cutter is the worst. That is the universe class. It's actually not a bad ship in stats. But you remember how I was complaining about how my ship was big? That ship dwarfs anything else in this game. It is so ludicrously big, it literally bugs out the game. There are camera angles and cutscenes and maneuvers that literally don't work right because that ship is so colossally huge. It's stupid. Yeah, you think the Vengeance is big. The Vengeance is a big damn ship. That thing is insanity. But anyways, getting back into that. It also looks dumb. Can I just say that? And the best part is, for the longest time, I actually thought it was an STO unique ship. Until I found out, no, it's actually specifically from one picture in 2 scenes in 1 episode of Star Trek Enterprise. I'm not even sure, Mike Kamano. I'm not even sure how you get a universe anymore, and I don't care. But anyways, moving on. Sorry, so let's get back to what we were talking about. What the Kobayashi Maru does is it spawns a little pet. The pet pops out and is like, hey, what's up? And then it just starts firing missiles at people, all the party members nearby. Yes, the friendlies. And you're probably thinking, what? But no, don't worry about it. Because each of those missiles, each of those little boxes, buffs you. I don't remember if the buffs are completely random or if they cycle through a pattern of buffs. But the point is, they're good buffs. And they buff your entire team. That's why it's the best device in the game, because it's just a free, here's a whole bunch of buffs for your entire team that are good button. Oh, by the way, the Kobayashi Maru just stays up for a while and keeps buffing you. So you can, even if you die and come back, you could get rebuffed, you know. Anyways. Moving on. So. This is the final reason. Sorry, I didn't finish my sentence. This is the final reason why I say that the FOMO of this game deserves its own negative. I don't have the Kobayashi Maru. I will never have the Kobayashi Maru because I didn't do the event while it was live. I could buy it right now for $80 goddamn dollars. That's why that's a negative. That's how it punishes you for not playing and for not doing. I don't even know how you get the Jarrock Cruiser right now. Like, most of the stuff you could get from events, you can still get later, they just overcharge you for it. And they do that specifically to try and force you to go and do the events. Oh, you can't get the Jarrock anymore. My bad. I thought maybe it was, like... Okay, well, never mind. So you can't... I should probably explain what the Jarok is. Hang on. It's actually a really good carrier. I just don't care for it myself. It's this thing over here. This is the Jarok, specifically with a Tholian skin on it. Which I haven't really talked about cosmetics yet. Oh my goodness. Drifting a little bit there. The Jarok is pretty big, as you can see how big it is compared to even my oversized gargantuan dreadnought here. And yeah, that's it's even got like a see-through thing. It's actually a pretty cool ship, and it is a very good carrier. I just don't like it personally. So, yay. Is it Federation or Romulan? Yes. It is actually Federation Klingon Romulan. That's the whole point of the alliance. It's okay, Kira White Noise. There's nobody coming by who's going to kill me horribly. Yeah, Jarok, by the way, was the name of the Romulan admiral in the Defector in TNG. Yes, that's an alliance ship. I think there's 3 alliance ships. I know there's at least 2 because I have 2. I actually got the Jarok and the other one. Anyways, so I got a couple of subs. Sorry, let me pause here. Thank you very much, Poalikas. I apologize. I was in the middle of talking, and I've got so much to cover here. And that's going to the Alan Wake block. And I got one from Little Billy. Thank you, Little Billy. Always. I will put that towards Bug Fables. Thank you, both of you, very much. Collision does nothing. The way collision damage works is you actually have a specific ability, which I don't even have on my bar right now. And collision damage is the ability makes you collide with the enemy, and it actually, there's no real collision happening. What it happens is it triggers when you're in a certain range of the enemy, and 2 effects happen. 1, you die, and 2, they take a lot of damage. So it's kind of cheating it in. Let's see if there's any other. We'll just leave the camera like this for a minute while we discuss the build. So we've got all the stuff. There are also some. To this day, you can't fly a Borg ship. I'm a little weirded out with all of the hundreds and hundreds of ships, both from the show, variant based on the show, completely unique stuff, the new stuff. There's an enormous amount of ships you can play. You still can't fly certain ships, and the Borg ships are the weird exception. There's the Borg Juggernaut, but let's be honest, that's not a Borg ship. You can't fly a cube, you can't fly a sphere. There are also very specific individual ships you still can't fly. It's really weird. Like, of all the things, cubes are too big. I mean, cubes are huge, even compared to some of the ridiculous ships like the Universe, but still. I am weirded out that they have not done that. Yeah, a lot of Borg gear. Tons of Borg gear. And yes, that is Stellaris. Good ear, Jordan T. Hurt. Thank you for the sub, as always. I will jot that down for Deus Ex Human Revolution. Thank you. Look, it's not my fault that the Universe is the worst ship, the second worst ship in Star Trek history, okay? I'm just saying. There's going to be a lot of pluses. I've been thinking about this for a second. What's worse? So there's this kit bash that was on Deep Space Nine. And it's a kit bash of the Intrepid, which is Voyager, and those dinky little fighters, which they had for the Maquis. It only shows up briefly in the background in a couple of shots. But that ship is the worst ship in Star Trek. They did a April Fool's or something similar, like, yeah, we're totally adding the Jaeger to STO. And I remember thinking it was real, because they totally do something like that. Like, you can fly not the Zindi, what are they called? Oh my god, what's the name of the terrorists in Enterprise Season 1? I can't think of their damn name. There are Zindi ships, but no, there's another one. I can't think of them. They're so irrelevant. I can't even think of the damn names. There's a Nebula. Nebulas are good ships. Suliban, thank you. There's a Suliban ship, which is in this game, which is redunculous. It's a bunch of the little modules just kind of connected together in this little fractal kind of coral-looking reef thing. Like, there's a lot of dumb ships in this game, is what I'm trying to say. And yet, for some reason, we can't fly the Jaeger. Or Borg. Anyways. So here's what I'm thinking. No, it's just a meme. Like, come on. The Oberth's a fine ship in the dustbin where it belongs. So, here's what I'm thinking, and I do want feedback on this. I'm thinking 3 positives for the variety and design of the ships. That includes the ships, the slots on the ships, the cosmetics of the ship, all that fun stuff. Could probably expand that past 3 if we're being honest, but hang on. 3 pluses for the variety and styles of the weapons, 1 plus for the sets, 3 pluses for the consoles, 1 plus for the specializations, 2 pluses for the traits, 3 pluses for the buffs, 1 plus for the doffs. Thoughts? Because then we got to talk about cosmetics. So I'm thinking 3 pluses for ships, 3 pluses for weapons, 1 plus for sets, 3 pluses for consoles, 1 plus for specializations, 2 pluses for traits, 3 pluses for buffs, 1 plus for doffs. I can't say it 3 times fast. A bit generous. Honestly, I think I'm lowballing it, Vigilant, to be totally blunt about this. The hundreds and hundreds of ships and the bagrillions of different weapons and types and styles and visuals and everything. It's hard to properly explain how much customization and build gameplay is in this game. I have just spent the last about an hour and a half trying to explain build customization in this game, while also talking about the store. How much of that is viable to use? So all of it? What I mean by that is, if you mean at end level, then the only stuff that's viable at end level is anything mark, I want to say 10 and up in terms of gear, and tiers 5 and up in terms of ships, which is a inordinate percentage of it. If you mean while leveling, then the answer is everything. You are going to have a couple issues and a couple of hard missions, but you're going to be fine if you just equip stuff that you get either from drops or from quests. I don't see a carrier over here. Never, no, thought I saw a carrier. Oh, there it is. Never mind, I see it. That is the actual Jem'Hadar carrier. So my carrier isn't the carrier. That thing is the carrier. How many pluses is that total? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 pluses total. Honestly, I am lowballing it. I'm going to up the plus a little bit here. Let me think about this for a second. How big is that ship? Well, you remember how gargantuan my ship is, right? I know it doesn't look big, but it really is very, very large. So, there's my ship underneath the Jem'Hadar carrier. As you can see, its wing is about the size of me. Now, it is very flat, but, yeah. I'm pretty sure that thing could use a Constitution class as one of its fighters. And there's its actual fighters. Let's see what they're like right there. There you go. How did it go, Mike Kamano? Because I've done the same thing, and I'm curious if our results were the same. It's hard to gauge how this game works from a complete newbie perspective, because I've been playing this game since it came out, literally. So, you know, it's hard to rip some information out of my brain, you know what I mean? Oh, hey, there's a scimitar down there, too. Another big ship. Yeah, that thing's a little silly. Ironically, a lot of Jem'Hadar ships are really big, which, I mean, is on brand, but is terrifying when you think about it, because remember, they don't have, like, holodecks and giant crew quarters on Jem'Hadar ships. So... anyways. We'll do it this way. That's how we'll part and parcel this out. So, I'm going to type up more details for this later. But let's at least update the HUD here, shall we? This is actually one of my remixes of a 14 song, but yes. So at the story, we haven't really moved the story much, because we've been... like, we had a maintenance. What do you want from me? We did add another negative to story for some stupid. We'll talk more about how many... actually, that's negative. We're still debating. Sorry, let's get rid of that for right now. Probably going to expand to that negative. Gameplay positives. We're at... 30. And gameplay negatives are at 13. Oh, hey, it's a Breen ship. It's a weird one down there. I actually like that ship, because I'm weird, I guess. And there's a Cation ship way over there. It's one of the first carriers we got. The original carriers looked so dumb in this game, because they were all unique, and they didn't know how to make ships yet. Okay. Yeah, 7 of those 13 negatives are from microtransactions. Bugs, once again, we're probably going to have more than 3 negatives for bugs. There's a lot of bugs. There's the biggest bug that's most irritating is the one I already told you about, which we literally showcased earlier because it was affecting me, the hotbar removal thing. So that's its own problem. Okay, so I do want to talk about one last customization thing, which is probably going to be one positive. So I mentioned earlier how I really wish we could customize our ships more. Oh my god, Savacom, you missed that discussion, didn't you? Oh, I know, right? I'm going to try to pronounce this. Ryusimaru? Am I saying that even close to correctly? We have so many awesome ships. And I love so many of the new ship designs, by the way. Just absolutely adore it. So here's the summary, Savacom. Virtually every individual element of the microtransactions are predatory. That's why it's 7 negatives just for the loot boxes. Because it's not just loot boxes, it's everything they do with and about them. It's awful. And like I said, it's actually the worst part of the entire game. Yay, good pronunciation. I love the name. I suck at pronouncing things. Ignore the swarm there. It's fine. It's fine. It's a Baul or whatever ship. So, cosmetics. So I'm going to get my ship so you can see me there. This is not a great ship to show cosmetics off on, but it's not like I got a lot. Oh, you know what I could do? You know what I could do? Hang on, let's go dock. Okay, so you'll notice I'm not changing ship in space. I recommend you never change ships in space. The reason I say that is because that bug I mentioned with some of your stuff getting unequipped, in my experience, this is just pure observation, happens a lot more regularly when you do it, when you change your ship in space. That feature is bugged as hell. And when I say losing stuff, by the way, I don't just mean your hotbars. It will unequip traits, which is a huge deal, and can completely screw with your builds. It'll unequip doffs. It'll change which buffs you have on and which abilities they have up. It will screw with everything. That bug is awful and is honestly probably a negative or 2 by itself. Always go to here, go to the managed ships, change your ships here. Take it from me. So I've got a couple of ships prepped here for y'all. I do want to show off, but the hammer. Here we go. Boom. Let's go ahead and ready the hammer. I think you'll recognize this one. I specifically kept the hammer around just for this run, actually. near as I can tell, what's happening is it's not saving all of the loadout, essentially, between ships properly. And so it mixes and matches individual features of it. Makes sense? So, what? I like this ship. All right, so this is a good ship to show off customization. By the way, really minor touch. You notice the ship name is actually there on the hull. I know that's a tiny little thing, but I love that feature. Oh yes, also make sure you save loadouts while in space. Not sector space, system space, where we are right now. Sector space is extraordinarily buggy and has its own set of problems. So this is the hammer. So I talked about customization. So one of the things you can do is you can change your deflector. This is really minor. All it does is change your deflector. So I've got a Borg deflector right there, for example, or the Aegis. And that's kind of it. Not a lot to talk about. There's a few of those. I don't really care all that much about those. Impulse engines, again, minor. Usually just changes onto, yeah, you know, adds a little thing to your impulse engine thing. You can barely even see half of these. And there's the Gemhead R1. Impulse engines also change the color of your trails. You notice they're purple now because we have the Gemhead R1s equipped. If we change to the Borg ones, it turns into that. You get the idea. All that's whatever. The real customization in space, the real way you can customize your ship is with your shields. You notice they even have a specific visual slot for this. So obviously, I've actually gathered quite a few shields over the years, including what we all know is the best shield in the game. So the shield, for all intents and purposes, is your skin. Think of it that way. Now, I should probably mention really quick, if I actually have this shield, like a certain shield equipped, it'll default to that skin. You can right-equip, then right-click it and make sure to hide visuals, or you can just override it with a specific visual one. So as we can see, this is perfect, but as you can see, the shield here also changes certain other things like the color of the nacelles, as well as the impulse engines there, and the color in the back. This is one of my personal favorite Vanity shields, obviously, because it's the dumbest thing in the game. Ferengi, by the way, if it's not obvious. But there's a lot of these of varying quality. Some of them are kind of cool. Some of them vary based on ship. Like, some of these work really, really well on subships and really badly on other ones. One of my personal favorites to play around with is one of the earliest cosmetic shields they added to the entire game, which I guess we'll have to use this. This is the Riemann one, effectively. Now, it doesn't look actually all that great on the Galaxy, because it doesn't do that much with it, but you can kind of see the idea of how it changes your ship up rather substantially. The Baul is a rather popular one. I see a lot of people run this one. This just darkens everything. It's something from Star Discovery, I think. But as you can see, in some ships you go frickin' invisible with the Baul. It's great. Some of these are dumb, like that one. That one looks like you spilled a bunch of oil on your ship, which I'm not super fond of. And some of them are very minor, like you can barely tell the difference in some cases. Some of them just look dorky, in my opinion. We got this kind of like puke green, olive green thing going on here. Some of them are, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. It's just whatever. Some of them are barely different. I bet you can't even tell the differences on this one other than the differences of the Tron lighting. There's actually another Tron one, which I actually do like, which would be this one, I believe. Yep, there it is. Wait, really? Do you mind linking the blog post? Now, I should probably talk about where you get all this stuff rather than just showing them off. Although, I wanted to show one other one. Is it this one? No. It's, So this one looks really cool in the shadows, I think. But you can barely tell in the sun. So it's like, you know. We've also got, there's another one like that, which I believe is the Iconian one. Yep. So the Iconian one doesn't really look all that different, especially at normal playstyle. Except in the shade where it looks really cool. So again, there's some decent options here. So let's talk about how you get these. Oh yeah, this is actually a cool one too. I actually mentioned this earlier. This is the Tholian skin. I think this is pretty cool looking. IMO. We've also got Terran. This is one of Pax's favorite. It generally just darkens the hull and adds like some highlights to it. And of course, we got to be Borg. Resistance is futile. Jem'Hadar one. Looks exactly like you think it is. There's a bunch. There's a bunch. Which is kind of the... Oh, yeah, and Bajoran, if you want to be a Bajoran ship. The Bajoran Cardassian ships look really weird. So, how do you get these? So I should probably mention that there are... You notice how these are all orange, and they specifically say Vanity Shield. These are exactly what they sound like. They are purely cosmetic and have no stats whatsoever. They only exist to be put into the Vanity slot. Those are relatively new. The idea of shields changing your appearance is an old idea. You notice these ones down here are from back in the day. That's from Reputation. That's from Reputation. That's actually from a quest. And then there's the original Riemann one, which, again, I believe was the first one. That's also from a quest. So actual shields have an appearance, and Vanity shields have an appearance. Now, here's the distinction. It looks like I actually don't have it on me, which is weird. I should. But it looks like I don't. Which is funny, because that's not the first time I've lost this exact shield before. I have no idea where I'm not joking. I've lost my Riemann shield more than once in my history of playing this game. So there's the Riemann shield, and then there's the New Romulus Vanity shield. These are actually different. They both have the same general concept, but the specifics of implementation are different. And that's the first thing I want you to know. So there's a whole lot of individual ships where, or individual shields where there's like a normal version and a vanity version, and they are slightly different from each other, which can make all the difference in how you want to look with regards to your ship. So that's how you can get half of the shields, is by just doing things like quests or doing reputations are the two big sources of those. Like I said, the Riemann shield is a quest, the Jem'Hadar shield is a quest. A lot of these shields, including the Tilly shield, those are from reputations. I'll talk about reputation next. The Vanity shields, near as I can tell, there are only 3 sources of that. So there's the Reputation Vanity shields. You get those from reputations. There's the ones they added for the summer event, which I actually I've gotten one so far this particular summer. That's this one right here. And I'm planning to get at least one more. We'll see how many more of that I get. You just do the event, you get currency from the event, you buy them from that. These are baseball teams, but I mean, I think this looks really cool. In fact, if you're paying attention, this is actually the skin I'm running on my Dreadnought. Then you've got the dilithium ones, which I don't actually think are available right now. They popped up briefly. And I don't actually know how to get them otherwise. Yeah, they're not there anymore. So I don't actually know how to get the other cosmetic items at all, other than they occasionally pop up there. The Ferengi shield I showed off earlier is one of those, which is why I bothered to buy it, because, I mean, I gotta look Ferengi, come on. Lockboxes. Of course they're from lockboxes! Yeah, the weapon packs, that makes sense. Yeah. So... And yeah, occasionally they put them in the store, which, like, I mean, they're actually really expensive, several 100,000 dilithium, which I actually just dumped a lot of dilithium, so I'm down to about 492,000 dilithium, which may sound like a lot, but trust me when I say it's not. Let's open up some of these things while we're here. There we go. Let's get rid of all that. Anyways, so we've got the lockbox / dilithium source, we've got the reputation source, and we've got the event source, and then we've got the quest source. So let's talk about reputation before we talk about dilithium. I should also mention, by the way, hang on, really quick, very minor irritation. This is Surviving Mars, Nexus of Concordia. So this game doesn't have a preview pane. Now, it's obvious why. Star Trek Online, as was designed, has no need for a preview pane because it serves no purpose in a game where there are no cosmetics. Remember, cosmetics were added later. In the Romulan expansion, I'm pretty sure it was the first time they added cosmetics as a concept. So, you know, in most games, in FF14, in Guild Wars 2, in World of Warcraft, you can look at like the Ferengi Vanity Shield and hit, what does this look like? But here, all you get is this little bunch of text. So you can't preview what a shield looks like. So the only way you can see a shield is if someone like me is streaming it, or someone else has like taken pictures of it, so you can see what the specific ones look like. And that's really frustrating because, again, each shield wraps differently to each ship. Some shields look completely different depending on the ship you're doing them on. You know, some ships this looks fantastic on, other ships it looks dorkously on, right? Like, it just varies. Like that Defiants are hard to find good cosmetic ships on because of the way that they wrap to them. Make sense? Or you can preview on the test server. Point is, there's no preview pane. And that sucks. I kind of hope they can make that work someday, but I know inventing functionality which isn't in the game is going to be hard to do. Shrug. Yeah, exactly. There's no picture, so it's just like, It's okay. I didn't need... Oh my gosh. We got a pilot ship over there. Visual... Reputation. Right, I was going to talk about reputation. But before we go any further, I think that the way that the shields are deserves a plus. I think that the either the combination of or something else with regards to how you can get the shields and the lack of preview is a negative. We can either do one or two negatives there. What do you think? One way or another, it sucks. Because you just gotta kind of blindly buy stuff and hope for the best. Yeah, I agree with 2. I think I agree with 2. I like how there's a defiant shadow over the hole there. You know, I think the thing that would most piss off Picard... not that one. Is it, oh, there it is. There we go. Perfect. So, reputation. Okay, so here's how reputation works. It's actually a relatively simple system. It is also extraordinarily rewarding, which is good. Because if this wasn't as rewarding as it was, reputation would turbo suck. There are reputations for a whole bunch of stuff. We've got the original reputation, which is the Gamma. That's not the original reputation. There it is. Sorry, Task Force Omega, which was the original reputation. Then they added New Kara. Right after that, New Romulus. Dyson. This is all in narrative order. All of these are... They've got 1 through 6. You can see up there in the upper right how the reps line up. Each of these give you traits and equipment unlocks, and 1 through 4 generally don't matter. You want to get to 5 and 6. 5 gives you the good stuff, as well as a really good trait, like one little ship, which I actually use. And 6 gives you some cosmetic stuff, as well as some other pretty damn good stuff. Now, so the rep is very lucrative. The way the reps works is, I can actually pull this up from the lower right. You see up there reputation marks. So as you do certain types of activities, you gain marks, currency, with that particular reputation. What you do is you spend, I think it's 100? It's actually been a while since I've done this. Yep, you spend 100... That's wrong. Hang on. I may not be able to do it anymore because I'm maxed. Maybe it's not hard. Does anybody know how much it is? 30. Okay, that's different than I remember. You spend 30 marks, and you start a thing, which I can't even show you, because I can't even show it right now. Because I'm maxed on everything. But you spend 30 marks, it starts a daily timer. Now, when I say daily, it's 20 hours, I believe. Which is relevant because of reasons that have to do with timing and scheduling and all that fun stuff. But the point is, it is effectively a daily. 30 marks. That's a good point, Warp Core. But whatever. 30 marks. You put it in. It takes 20 hours. Once those 20 hours up, you gain reputation. You also add some expertise, which again is water, and credits, which are also water. You notice I'm just sitting around with 68 million credits. That's because I recently spent several hundred million on getting ready for this very run. So, the main limitator is going to be the reputation marks. Now, As you can see, I have a few hundred or thousand of those. Oh, Jesus, Kira White knows. I'm ready. I'm ready. But you get those from doing TFOs, quests, and events. Like I said, there's a bunch of sources of them. They're all relative and specific to the specific rep. It's almost always like, as soon as they add a rep or a specific arc, they add, oh my god, why do you have the constant? Why do you have the constellation? What's wrong with you? Whenever they add a new thing, they tend to add a reputation for that, and usually the stuff you do for that gets you stuff, blah, 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 blah. Hang on, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted because my mother just said hello. Phone hugs, exclamation mark. Sorry, comma, you caught me in the middle of a discussion, period. Phone hugs. Cheyenne, Constellation. What's the difference? They're all ugly. I frog animation. So, so okay, I got a bunch of Borg on mine. Daily rep, it takes, I want to say 60 days to max out a rep. So that's the slog right there. It is, and it's really, really simple, because all you have to do is make sure you are generating, 30 plus marks per day on average, which is very easy to do. But it takes absolutely forever in order to actually smash your way through these reputations and get them to the top. Sorry, 70 days, my bad. So I was close. I was close on that. So yeah, 2 months. Whoops, wrong thing. And that gets you all the way to tier 6. Again, tier 5 is kind of the important one. Tier 6 is the other important one. It's a huge time slog. The only reason I'm willing to make that not even more negative than already is because of the fact that it's really, really, really easy to get those 30 marks a day and to toss up your daily. I will admit, for several points in my life, I would log in, start a daily, start a daily, start a daily, start a daily, and then log off. There are several points in time where I have done that in my course of playing this game. What I would usually do is I'd take advantage of double mark weekends or a specific event and just pile marks down so I don't have to think about it. Define handheld, Ryman. Because there are two definitions for that word and they mean very different things. So the time sync sucks. And I also think the interface sucks. This interface is not very helpful. It's actually improved. The interface we're looking at is the improved version. That kind of helps with looking at, what the specific item is you get, and what it costs or what it takes and all the fun stuff. But it's still not what I would call an intuitive interface, and you still have to do this, or more accurately, you have to do this because it groups them by category, which doesn't always make sense in order to determine what actual gear you can get out of a reputation. So. Excuse me. Okay. And yeah, the process, I guess I could show it off really quick. Let me fix my ship real quick before I screw myself over completely. Greetings from beautiful Ryza. That's just going to be a meme this run, isn't it? The reason I'm talking so much about the reps isn't just to review them, but to tell anybody trying to get into this game, reps are worthwhile. Very, very worthwhile. Let's go ahead and switch back to my ship, the Dreadnought. Yes. I like that it has that warning nowadays. That is a nice little touch. Didn't used to have that warning. Let's make sure we're correct. Welcome to Drozana. Only periodically, period. I was given a, quote, prescription, quote, for ibuprofen, period. Okay, is everything there? Looks like everything's there. Hang on, let's double check. Gotta check the traits. Yep, okay. And, okay, we're good, we're good. Thank you, Jordan T. Hurt. I do too, Flygand. Always appreciate those bits. Thank you very much. If you want to put those towards something, do please let me know. Ah, in that case, yes, Ryman. So handhelds, aka actual handhelds. That's what I call handhelds too. Yes, those can be added to the list. Dealer's choice. You got it. Thank you again very much. So let's do something super quick. Let's explain why this sucks. So you need to be over 50, but I'm pretty sure she can do some reps. Yeah, some people think of this as handhelds, which I absolutely do not. Which is why I wanted to clarify. Perfect. Okay, so do I have any marks on this character? I do. Perfect. I have Delta Alliance marks. By the way, this is an alien character, and the only reason I mention it is because one of the things you can make as an alien is you can increase your height by a lot. You know me, I like to be tall. Anyways, yes, this is the Delta Recruit. This was my Delta Recruit. So hey, there's my daily. Cool, check it out. So we gain some rep for that. Oh, hey, and we can now actually claim. Hey, we are now tier 1 claim. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, let's claim our rep reward. Yep. Let's do it. Hey, there it is. Okay, collect reward. So, hang on. Here's how you do the daily. Select, fill all. That button didn't used to be there. Yes. Wait for a second to make sure it all goes in. I don't actually have the credits, sorry, and then it all goes in, and then you wait a day, right? So if you know, it's click, hang on, click, fill all, yes, click, fill all, yes. And that's 4 clicks, not counting opening the window, just to start the daily. Now that may sound like a minor thing, but again, ugh. And yeah, by the way, this fill all thing, this makes this better than it used to be, because it used to really, really suck. So, this is part of what I mean when I say the interface isn't good. It's not the worst interface I've seen, but I still think this interface is clunky. Speaking of clunky interfaces, did you notice this picture up here? Well, if you're paying attention, this picture shows you some armor. You may notice that armor is cosmetic armor. That's actually a cosmetic armor suit you can get. So there's the Dyson suit, the Counter Command suit, which is the one thing, the Delta Alliance, which looks stupid, Iconium, which looks stupid, Terran, Temporal, Lucari, Competitive, Gamma, and Discovery. Each of them comes with a cosmetic ground suit. Cool. Hang on. The ways in which those suits are demonstrated in the cosmetic traits, the tailor, is different. Some of those will just show up as their own category, like Terran. Or no, not like Terran, excuse me. Like Dyson. I know Dyson shows up as a separate thing. Some of them show up under uniform. Nothing indicates this. You need to rely on Reddit and the wiki to figure out which ones are showcased in which parts of the cosmetics. Hang on, there's another proviso. Most of these cosmetics can be used on your buffs. Not all of them, though. I actually maxed out and got the full suit from the competitive gear. I think it was competitive. Specifically because I wanted to have another suit. I actually wanted to have one of each different armor for my buffs instead of having 2 Dysons. But some of this can't be used on buffs for no explained reason. So there's that interface problem again. That's also a bit of lack of info in game, if we're being honest. So we've got lack of info in game. Which also applies to the mouse server thing. And but that's the negative side of things when it comes to the rep. Let's talk about the positives. So this is actually a bad character, show that off, so let's go and switch back to my main, who has all this. You see what I mean? Like, I've got 2 Dysons, then I got the Gamma, and then I got the Terran. Whatever. Greetings from... Frickin' pilot ships, I swear. So the gear you can get from these are damned good, put simply. Obviously, you can get a ship module. I believe you can do that once per rep, if I'm remembering correctly. Ship modules are how you get fleet ships. Don't worry about that right now. You can also get a retrain token. You can get a gear discount. That's for other characters. There's the Vanity Shield. That's from Tier 6. And then, of course, there's the support and all that fun stuff. But then we get the actual gear. So, armor, shields, almost all of the reps, in fact, all of the reps have sets. Most of those sets are damned good. Rather than go down the whole list, let me just show you some of the stuff I'm using. So, for example, Lorca's Ambition is actually a discovery set, specifically. So there's an example of a set piece that I am using. I actually already showed that off. This kinetic cutting beam, that's from the Borograph. That's Omega, for example. Tilly's, that's from Discovery Rep. That's from Competitive Rep, I'm almost positive. And I'm trying to remember, that's Fleet. That's Fleet. I feel like that's a rep, but I forget which one. I know Lorca's obviously is the same rep we were just talking about. The point is, about half of the gear I'm wearing on my ship right now is all from rep. And that's kind of my overall point. Reputation is really worthwhile for all the aggravation that is going into it. Every single one of these is worth a damn in terms of the kind of stuff you can get out of it. There's an inordinate amount of stuff you can get out of it. It is rather expensive, so I should probably mention that. So let's say I want to make that set I was just showing off, the Counter Command Exo set. So each one of these takes 40,000 energy credits, which isn't that bad. 9,000 dilithium, that can hurt. 5 isomorphic injections, I'll talk about that in a second, and 500 marks. So for any given average set, you're going to want 1,500 marks, 15 of the unique items, a bundle of dilithium, and a bundle of energy credits. These two things are the real limiters, though, the marks and the uniques. I don't know what to call them. Marks are obvious, but again, remember what I mentioned earlier, getting 30 marks isn't all that bad. Getting 1,500 marks, that's probably going to take you a minute. In fact, if you look at my own marks, you'll notice that there are only 3 reputations I could get a full suit right now on, despite having hundreds or thousands of marks lying around. So that's its own little additional grind once you have done the time grind. Then there's the uniques. Now, there's actually several ways to get the uniques. One of them is to turn marks into a unique. You can do that once per day. Otherwise, it varies wildly depending on the specific reputation. So, for example, several of these have TFOs attached to them. So you could go and do that TFO and do a hard mode of that TFO. And doing a hard mode gets you the unique thing. Like the Borg. You can see it in the lower left here, right? We can see the Omega marks and we see the uniques. Each of the uniques have their own term. I just call them elites. Apparently they're called elite marks. But they have their own terminology. The Borg neural processor, the Voth cybernetic implants, the isomorphic injections, the ancient power cells, etc. Those tend to be their own bottleneck, and they can limit. That's the other grind, is getting those. Now, in some cases, these are really, really super easy to get because they have an adventure zone, is what it's called. Which I guess we can talk about that next. But the point I'm trying to get across is what you want to do is you want to figure out what you want in terms of the gear. And then you work backwards from there. Figure out how many of the elite marks you're going to need. Figure out how many regular marks you're going to need. And, again, make sure you have some dilithium lying around. Dilithium, you get dilithium from doing everything. Everything gives you dilithium. Don't worry about it too much. Just make sure you're refining dilithium, because we should probably talk about the lithium market next. Now I'm going to go see what Evo actually donated for. And... no, I can't quite do it. Why, Evo? I mean, okay, that's all right. I'll allow it. I won't understand it, but I'll allow it. Thank you, Evo, very much. I should probably mention there are ways to... it's just such a weird game, though, Evo. There are ways to mine more, refine more than 8,000 dilithium a day. But they're irritating, and so I don't do them. As you can see, I tend to keep up. I don't generate that much dilithium these days. So that's the reputation system. So very lucrative, grindy, and irritating. So let's see here. I mean, it's a really short game, Evo, so yeah, that might be possible. So let's go ahead and drift into talking about dilithium. You know what? I need a drink before we do that. I don't want to talk about this. So let me go grab a fresh drink. I'll be right back. One of the things I should do one of these days is buy like a plastic wine bottle, you know, as a prop. All right, let me go get a drink and then just come back. Oh, okay, I feel better. Let's talk about dilithium. So, first of all, thank you, Ryman. Waiting for the second half of that, but I am always appreciative. Dude, if I could get a custom wine bottle with the Imperial symbol on it, I'd do that. Specifically plastic, though, because I want something that's easy to use as a prop. So, let's talk about currencies. I'm not going to talk about the history of this, because that's actually even more complicated, even though it is directly related to why the economy is so borked. But we've got credits. Energy credits, that's your trash currency, let's call that what it is. Then we've got marks, we actually just talked about that, that's the reputation marks and the elite reputation marks. That's true, I could sell it. I actually did that for Mass Effect 3, the Mass Effect 3 lore run, years and years ago. We've got fleet marks, I haven't even talked about the fleet stuff yet, but fleet marks are, for all intents and purposes, fleet currency. We'll get to that. Dilithium. Gold pressed latinum, which is completely useless. Salvage, that's a relatively new thing. Zenny and Lullahat favors and Lobi crystals. So, we've already talked about Lobi, no need to cover that again. And we've already talked about Zenny, that's the in-game currency that you buy with real money. No need to cover that again, although we all are going to. Energy credits, I call them the trash currency because they are the least useful and have the least relevance to anything. There's very, very little you can do with energy credits that's actually worth a damn. To be completely frank, it's only really used for the auction house, and if I'm being 100% honest, I don't understand why people sell stuff on the auction house, because there's not a lot you can do of worth with energy credits. Gold-pressed latinum is completely useless. Nah. So, then we got gold-pressed latinum, which really is useless. There's a couple of novelty items you can get with that, but for the most part, it's just there to play Dabo. Salvage. So salvage is kind of a new thing. I actually like salvage. Salvage is used to upgrade stuff. So you're probably wondering, you know what? Let's actually not go down that rabbit hole yet. Let's save that. We'll come back to that. So hang on. Rewind a moment. We'll talk about salvage later. So that just leaves. We talked about Lobi. We talked about that. So that just leaves dilithium. So let's start with the basics. Dilithium has what we call a hard cap. There is a finite amount of dilithium that can exist on an individual account at any given point in time. That is, sorry, I'm saying that wrong. There's a finite amount of dilithium that can be generated on an account at any given point in time. Because you can only farm, I think it's 9,500 dilithium max every day. And that's if you're doing everything. Which involves going to the lithium mine and going down to Starfleet Academy down there. Which actually, we can show that off really quick. Boop. Now, what you can refine yourself, you know, the stuff that everyone has access to, which with this button right there is 8,000. Check it out. This actually got a revamp too. Looks a lot nicer. That is per character, not per account. But my point is they tried and failed miserably to put a cap on how much dilithium could be added to the universe, to the market at a time, and they put far too few limitations on it. So, hey, I was right. It is 9,500. Yay, for correctness. My math was not properly expressed, but I was correct about the numbers. That's always nice to know. I believe there is warp core, but either way, the point here being that what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to make 8,000 dilithium a day, and there's plenty of ways around that. That is the first problem I want you to keep in mind. That anybody who wants to exploit dilithium totally freaking can. Now, what generates dilithium? Basically everything. You get a very minuscule amount of dilithium from killing. It's like 2 dilithium per kill. You get some dilithium for doing a TFO, for doing a daily, for completing a lot of quests. You get dilithium. For opening loot boxes, you get dilithium. For buying stuff on the store, you get dilithium. Pretty much anything you're going to do in this game is going to... Why are we running? Is going to provide you with dilithium. Now, it's pretty easy to run into that 8,000 a day cap without meaning to or trying to. It's just something that kind of happens. What can dilithium be used for? Well, there's actually a dilithium store right here. Now, there's actually a lot of stuff you can buy here, including loot boxes and Phoenix prize packs. We'll get to that later. Some other stuff that is garbage. EV suits that are crap. The reclaim thing is for stuff you already have. So, like, if you buy certain things, you get an unlock to certain things, and that unlock allows you to either buy for free or buy for money the unique type of gear that was on, like the spiral wave stuff I get for having a Galor, for example. Reputation gear costs dilithium. We just talked about that. There's a lot of modules. We haven't talked about kits yet. A lot of spec modules come from that. You can get hanger pets, including the best hanger pets in the game. Well, actually, the unlocks for the best hanger pets in the game. And, of course, probably the biggest expenditure for dilithium for me personally, fleet gear. We'll cover fleet gear in a minute. But I have spent way more dilithium on fleet gear than anything else in this entire game by a huge margin. Most fleet gear pieces cost in the tens of thousands per individual item of gear. So, you can see how that adds up pretty quickly. Anyways, okay, we'll talk about fleet. We'll talk about fleet. We'll get there. I am fortunate enough to have jumped into a fleet very early on. I've been in this fleet, the LGBTA of the Starfleet Ninth Order, since the Romulan expansion, which I don't remember what year that was, but that's when I got into this fleet. As you can see, we are mega maxed. In fact, we are turbo maxed with lots of armadas. We'll talk more about the fleet in a minute. We'll come back to that. What we're talking about is dilithium. And that woman just walking through a hedge. Lady! Oh, can it? Hang on, let's... info, maybe? I think you're lying to me, Warp Core. Oh, here we go. There we go. 2013. I've been in this fleet for 9 years. That feels weird. When was the last time my rank changed? Never, because I've always been the bottom rank. Wow. Anyways, so there you go. That's dilithium. It is useful. Oh, geez, I don't know. Probably a bunch. Hang on. 503,000 credits earned. That actually seems low, if I'm being honest. I wonder if that doesn't keep into count some of things. They haven't kicked me out. Why would they? I contribute regularly. And I'm on semi-regularly. Like, I don't talk to anybody, and I don't think I've literally ever seen another member of my fleet other than Pax. But, you know, it is a mega-maxed fleet. We'll talk about fleets in a minute. We're getting off topic. Dilithium. We're running again. It's such a habit to run in this game. So, dilithium obviously is used to buy a fairly large amount of stuff, including really good stuff. The two really big spokes I want you to think about here are fleet gear and, oh, that's why warp core. I was going to say, that is really low. Fleet gear and reputation gear. There's other things that, of course, cost dilithium, but those are the two big ones. The problem here comes from the fact that you can trade dilithium in something called, so you can hit the dilithium exchange. This is where everything goes wrong. So they made the extraordinarily stupid decision. That's not fair. What they decided to do was something that's actually pretty smart. They let you sell gold in-game. Now, I know that sounds like a weird statement, and it is a rather contentious opinion. However, there's a huge amount of hard facts that prove across decades that an MMO that allows you to buy gold through the MMO is universally the best method to combat gold sellers. Now, gold sellers will always exist. That's a problem. But the moment you decide to sell gold in your MMO through your MMO, that substantially and severely limits the capacity and power of the gold selling market. And if you're not familiar with this, gold selling is actually a very real problem for MMOs. I call it gold. Doesn't matter what the currency is. It could be whatever. In this case, it would be dilithium. Gold sellers don't just... There's this weird person here. Gold sellers don't just, obviously, cause issues with competition because they run around taking up farm spots in order to generate items, in order to generate the money. But most money that gold sellers sell you from is actually stolen from other players. And so the gold selling market actually tries to steal from other players by hijacking or getting them to download viruses or trying to get them, sending them a bogus email saying, hey, your account's been super hacked. Please send your login information in so we can fix it. Whatever garbage crap they do in order to rob you of your currency and your account and all of that problem. So gold selling, real money, as far as the non-official version, is a very real problem that causes a lot of issues in terms of hacking, in terms of quality of life, and in terms of the quality of the game, in addition to the fact that it completely destroys an MMO's economy, right? Gold selling will always exist because assholes, and I'm just going to say that way. But selling it via in-game is the best and most proven method to try and diminish and reduce the capacity of those gold sellers to ruin everything for everybody. Okay, got that out of the way. So why is the dilithium market bad? Well, the problem is, imagine for a moment that you try, in any environment you control, a nation, or a city, or a council, or a housing authority, or a video game, you try to implement a system with nothing on top of it. No tracking it, no mechanisms, no control, no proper sinks in order to pull things out of it, nothing to actually control it. Instead, it's just, you can sell dilithium for real money, and vice versa. And that's the problem here. Because as you can see there right now, the available quantity of Zenny that's being sold right now is in the 6 million range. And yeah, what we have here is a violent example of hyperinflation, because that is a ludicrous amount. You could actually go and try to sell your dilithium right now to get real money, and you will fail at that. Because the backlog is so huge, because so few people are doing it in reverse, because there's so little demand for it. So let's talk about gold sinks. We've actually talked about gold sinks as a concept many times. There's gold sinks, there's gold fountains. Let's discuss both of these really quick. Gold fountains is anything where you generate currency within a setting from nothing. That's important. If I trade my mug here to Kira White Noise for 50 dilithium, no money has been generated because I already had that dilithium and I just gave that to her, and now it's transacted, but that dilithium already existed within the market. It was already a part of the market circle. A gold fountain, a dilithium fountain in this case, is when that is generated and then added into the market. So if I go do a TFO, get 400 dilithium from it, there's my fountain. Make sense? Thus, a sink is what removes it from the equation, something that actually pulls currency out of the market entirely. Again, rather than just trading it to another player, which keeps it within the market, it's something to actually eject it entirely so that it is deleted for all intents and purposes. Managing your sinks and your fountains is the biggest and most crucial aspect of maintaining an MMO economy, and the ridiculous majority of MMOs have failed at this across all of history. So, what's the problem here with the dilithium? Well, the first and most obvious problem is what I already said. Just about anybody playing normally can generate 8,000 dilithium a day without even really trying to, and therefore have access to 8,000 refined dilithium a day, which means just playing normally even a few days a week, you're not going to be hurting for dilithium. You don't need it. You may occasionally need a little bit more than you do, but that's actually relatively easy to cover just by regular playstyle. What is that? Oh my god. So, there's not a lot of sinks. There are dilithium sinks, but even the fact that I just dumped a few 100,000 dilithium on the gear that I was getting ready for this specific run, you'll notice that I still am running around with 495,000 dilithium. I'm fine. I could burn through that dilithium and still be fine because of how little need I have for it. So absence of proper sinks is one of the biggest issues there. So that's a problem. Now, the second problem is the devs don't understand how economics work, to put that as simply as possible. I keep seeing Cisco running by. It's very strange. What I mean by that is the developers, most developers of most MMOs don't understand economics. And so what they will often do is they'll try big, we talked about this yesterday, big, broad, sweeping changes that are an attempt to try and fix an economic problem that have lots of unintended side effects. Is he getting younger? As they're going through, right? So, they don't actually really affect things in the way that they wanted them to. Let me try to use a really dumb example of what I'm talking about. Let's say that I've got a forest, and this forest is overrun with foxes. Wow, he's actually out of Starfleet now. So, what I do, as I'm going through this forest, is I'm like, no problem, I'm going to introduce a whole bunch of snakes. And those snakes, that's a bad example, but just bear with me. And these snakes will kill all the foxes, and then I'll be fixed, right? But of course, what I have done is now introduced a new element to the situation, which has had a knockoff effect on 15 other things, all at the same time. So like the Phoenix Prize Pack thing is an example of them trying to do a big, broad, sweeping change, which didn't really fix the problem and didn't really serve as the dilithium sink it was supposed to be. Just to name one example. That's the most recent example. That just happened a few months ago. But they have done several of these kind of big, broad, sweeping changes that haven't really done a lot of things to fix the problem. They've just kind of screwed everything over, right? So, yeah, we've just thrown the rats, then we throw in the owls, and so forth and so on. It's a mess, right? So what we have here, now this has a further knock-on effect, because obviously this completely destroys the nature of not only the actual auction house where you can trade with other players, but the players who want to buy stuff with Zen, or players who want to buy stuff with dilithium, are actually best off completely ignoring the in-game economy because of how wild it's been going out of control. If I want to buy something with Zen, I'll probably just pay for it with money, because it's not worth my time and effort to even attempt to try and turn dilithium into it. And if I need dilithium, I'll just go do some more events and wait a few days in order to earn up the amount I need in order to spend it. So the economy also, the dilithium economy specifically, also has the problem of effectively trying to push, let's call them normal players, out of it. Then we've got the fact that there are certain players who have basically cornered the economy. Now, this is something we mentioned yesterday. You might say there's no fix for this. That's not true. The developers have done almost nothing to try and mitigate individual players controlling the economy. And that is something that actually pisses me off, because at least in real life, there's not much you can do to have total control over a specific economic system, because total control doesn't exist. But in a video game, you have total absolute control over what your players can do. So if they do something to exploit something, that's kind of on you, because you have the power to disallow that, right? In short, the total lack of controls on both aspects of the in-game economy, the auction house and the dilithium/Zenny economy, exists the way it does because the developers haven't bothered to try and limit the individuals who are flooding and controlling that market. I agree, Radentorov. There's a lot of ways you can analyze this game as a way to not design an economy, even at a basic level. No, Red Ghetto, I'm never doing that. Ever, ever, ever again, except when hopefully I'm able to go back. If you ask me for a top 10, I'm never doing that again. But what I'm hopeful to do is actually re-review all those games and see where they actually sit on the list in relative to each other, because that was just off the top of my head. Enjoy the pizza, Flygant. I need to throw something in the oven pretty soon. But anyways, so that's the dilithium market. Now, here's the deal. The overwhelming majority of that you can just ignore and never even think about. As I mentioned, that's one of the problems with it. However, I do feel the fact that the developers have so deliberately hands-offed it and allowed it to go to hell does deserve its own negative, because of how much that can have a knock-on effect of certain other aspects of the game, including the fact that most new players probably should never even look at the auction house, for example, because there's no real reason to do so. Unless you're like, you know, I really wish I could have another phaser array, and that's Mark III. That might be worth your time and trouble. But even that, there's some asterisks to that. Because the whole crafting thing and upgrading thing, which I said I'd get to next. Let's talk about fleets. This is a fleet. Fleets are guilds. But hang on, it's actually worse than that in every way. I actually don't like the fleet system in this game. Probably Nexus and Concordia. So let me explain why. So a guild in a typical MMO is a venue for which players to interact with each other and hang out with each other and do stuff together. I've never seen a fleet do that in this game, but then again, as I said, I've been a part of this fleet for literally 9 years, so whatever. What this game does with fleets is a little bit different, and would be cool if not for the fact that it's so goddamn frustrating. So one of the things you can do is, in certain missions and in most TFOs, that's the instances, you can say, rather than getting this other thing over here, I want to go ahead and get fleet marks instead of a reputation mark. Cool. And then that is your fleet currency, right? Wrong. Because fleet marks are something you can use to contribute to the fleet to turn into fleet credits. Fleet credits are the fleet currency, along with, as I mentioned earlier, a buttload of dilithium. Well, that's tens of thousands of dilithium, which isn't actually that much. So the way that works is you'd look at... Oh, jeez, there's nothing here. You'd look at a project, right? And hang on, let me... So let's assume you don't have an armada for a second. You'd look at a project and you'd see something like... God, there's got to be an example somewhere. There, you'd see this right here, right? And so this is a project. It takes X of these materials. Now these include DOFs, which are hard to come by, credits, which is whatever, raw materials, which is whatever, dilithium, raise eyebrow, and of course, fleet marks. Let me pause and say that this system is extraordinarily stupid. I actively hate this entire system. The way that this works is it's a way to try and drain specific resources out of you, but most importantly, time. Filling any of these things other than marks or energy credits is a pain, unless you have tons of dilithium to contribute, which is whatever. But it's so needless. There's no reason to have expertise here. There's no reason to have colony battery provisions. There's no reason to have colony ore provisions. There's no reason to have a specific type of DOF, which, by the way, there's not that many sources of DOFs either. It's just irritating to fill most of these things. That's problem number one. Problem number two is the obvious thing, the fleet marks thing. As you can see, every single thing I've just shown over the last couple of minutes here has been full on fleet marks, because of course they are. This is a problem that's been mentioned in chat already as I've been discussing this. So the main thing you want is to turn your fleet marks into fleet credits so you can freaking spend them. Remember, fleet marks are useless other than as a way to contribute to a specific fleet, to one of these missions. I doubt I'm going to find any of these. Yeah, all of these are full with regards to the fleet marks. It's usually the colony world that people do in this particular fleet, as you can see. So yeah, all of these are full. So if I want to turn my fleet marks into fleet credits, sucks to be me. I have no method of doing that. I should also probably mention that most of the recurring projects only have like 1,000 fleet mark filler. Like I can only put in 1,020 fleet marks into this project, right? That's it. If that doesn't sound like a problem, I remind you that without meaning to, I have 3,000 fleet marks on me, just sitting around, just from whatever. So I could fill that entire project 3 times over myself. I am one person. This fleet has 2,160 players in it. Do you see the problem here? What they should do, and I am bog-smacked that they have never done this, is add a recurring thing which just fills up tons and tons of fleet marks as a way, hey, it's Renoa, as a way to turn fleet marks into fleet credits as like a reward for maxing out a particular holding. They haven't done that. I have no idea why. I should probably also complain about the fact that most of the holdings are kind of stupid. There's the colony world, which gains you access to gear. There's the dilithium mine, which gains you access to lithium. The embassy, I don't actually remember what that gives you. K13, which gives you some specific gear. Research thing, I don't think that gives you anything. The Spire, I forget what that gives you. And the Starbase, which gives you access to gear. So, just the holdings themselves are only really useful for either having someplace to hang out at, like Starfleet Academy here, or for having the ability to access gear. Gear that requires fleet credits to buy. So you're starting to see the problems here. Apparently you can get, that's right, you can get boffs from the embassy, because that's where you get the really good Romulan boffs that are very expensive, I might add. I've never actually bothered to get those because, I don't have that kind of fleet credits. It's like 150,000 fleet credits per boff, I want to say. I don't even have that many because I can't get that many because fleet marks. So, if you're paying attention, this is much more convoluted than the reputation system. Much more irritating, and in some cases, actually impossible, depending on your circumstances. It's rewarding. Fleet gear is amazing. As if you're paying attention, I actually have several pieces of fleet gear on in my end game build, including that thing, and these things, and I think there's, oh yeah, and all of my tactical consoles. So fleet gear is really good. Good luck getting it. So let's see here. Yeah, you don't need any of this. That is good, so don't worry about it. But it's really irritating that all this nice stuff is locked behind irritation and cumbersomeness and random chance and bad design. Okay. Well, there's something else. So we talked about fleet gear. We talked about the lithium. There's something else we were going to cover. We're going to talk about salvage. We can talk about salvage. Let's talk about salvage. So crafting's in this game. Let me start by saying that crafting... Yeah, exactly, Blitzable. Crafting is its own thing. I don't do much crafting because... How do I even explain this? Alright, so... Here's my DOFs, right? Well, there's one of the things DOFs are used for. That's crafting. If I was to make something, I would need to... start a project, and it needs X, Y, and Z, and some of my DOFs can do that. That is the Dyson Armor, specifically Spicy Blue Milk. So you can make all sorts of stuff, tech upgrades, which is important, and components, which is necessary for actually making stuff, and of course, the gear itself, like beams, arrays, consoles, banks, etc. These are divided into beams, cannons, engineering, ground weapons kits, projectiles, science, and shields, as well as special projects and officer training. You put in the mats, you get the thing out, there it is. It's a fairly simple system. This is also raised in almost the exact same way as Reputation. I can actually show this off really quick, because if you see down here at the bottom, I can just do Research Project Engineering Technology, begin, set one of my DOFs to it, hit go, boom, in 20 hours, that will give me some reputation with that thing, and I can level up that research. Here's the really weird thing. I don't remember where that term comes from, Blade All. The term tune is a very, very old term. At least goes back at least to Ultima Online. I'm not sure prior to that. I use car, or care, actually. But it's hard to say out loud, so I try not to do that as much. Here's the really strange part, though. So let's say I want to make a beam array, right? So I want to make the best I can, which is Mark 12, right? Which is weird. And then you can make one of the specific damage types and all that kind of cool stuff. But this is the beginning of crafting. Keep in mind how many days it takes to do all this stuff. If the general process you want to do, if you're going to get into crafting, which, by the way, I should mention I don't recommend, is you want to make your Mark 12, and you want to make it basic, right? Because what you care about is getting the right item type at the right mark, at the right level, because then once you have that there, you can push it up to Mark 15, and then up to higher colors with the upgrade system. So this system kind of sucks, to be as honest about this as I possibly can. It's long, sloggy, boring, and ultimately not very useful. As with crafting in most MMOs, it's more of an irritation than it is actually worth a damn. Upgrading, by contrast, is much better. So here's how upgrading works. Let's try to upgrade, I don't know, this, right? So obviously I've got Mark 15s and everything, but if you were to try and upgrade something that isn't Mark 15, actually, do I have anything that's not Mark 15? Yeah, sure, there. Boom. So if you try to upgrade something, you increase its mark. They go from Mark 1, that's the stuff at the beginning of the game, to Mark 12, that's at the end of the game, and from Mark 12 in end game, it goes from Mark 12 up to Mark 15, which is the current end. Now, I'll talk about the color thing in just a second, but you notice if I try to upgrade my 12 into 13, it's going to cost me 20,802 technology points. It also has a chance to improve the quality. I'll get to that in just a moment. That's the color. Point is, what I do is I put in a tech upgrade, like one of my Phoenixes, or one of those, and that adds that % chance to upgrade, and I apply the upgrade. By the way, this costs dilithium. Apparently there's Mark 0 as well, but that's whatever. If you have Mark 0 gear on, fix it. There's also Mark Infinity, that actually scales to you, I believe up to 12. But anyways, you can also put in an accelerator to speed it up a little bit. That's whatever. You get the idea. You put in the upgrades, you get these from all sorts of stuff, including crafting. You also just get them as loot. You get the item, you upgrade it. Cool. The relevant part here is that upgrading a mark is relatively easy, and something I highly recommend just about anybody do. Upgrading a color is much harder. So remember how I mentioned earlier, crafting has its one little uniqueness, and you want a specific output. Well, what you want here is you don't really want a Mark 12 per se, even though you can only make a Mark 12. What you want is a gold. You want to craft a gold. So if I was to start this, for example, I have a 90% chance of making that a very rare. I can actually add other people to this if I wanted to try and improve that chance, and I could add catalysts to try and improve that, you know, so you got stuff like that, which changes the perspective. We also could change, like, say, this one. As you can see, that changes the percentage chance. What you want is to craft a gold, regardless of the quality, because upgrading marks is easy, upgrading colors is hard, as we just discussed, so let's cancel that out. This is how upgrading works. Cool. Little grindy, nice little side thing, completely optional. Re-engineering is pretty neat, too. So the way re-engineering works is, I mentioned suffixes a while ago. So here we have increased HP, increased resistance to all, and I'm not sure what that one is. Apparently we can only unlock the HP one. If you mouse over that, it shows you what all the other possibilities are. Now, this is a neat system with some bad interface problems, because what the potential powers here are, I'm just going to quote the game word for word, HP, HPP, Reg HP, Reg SH, Fizz, Fa, Dis, Pla, Tet, Pol, App, Fa Dis, Platet, Pol App. Not super helpful. If you happen to know what those suffixes mean, you're good. If you don't, sucks to be you. Some of them are easy to understand, DMG, for example. Some of them, not so much. But the thing is, what you do is you go and unlock it, and you can see the other options here. It costs salvage and dilithium in order to randomize. You click it, you get something else out of it. And it changes the suffix on the gear, and now we have Pla, which I actually don't know what Pla is off the top of my head. I'm guessing that's plasma damage resistance rating, because that's what we got on there. So, woo, we can resist plasma now. Yay. But you can see what you can replace that slot with, and you can lock or unlock individual things, and yada yada yada. This is actually probably a better example, because you can unlock one or two or just the one in order to try and randomize it. I don't know who King Dice is, so I'm going to go with Oogie Boogie. And this is what you spend salvage on. This is a system, this actually ties into something someone was asking earlier. What about all that other gear that you don't really need anymore? Well, what you do with that other gear is you salvage it. And salvage is used to re-engineer items to make them better. You can do... Now, this is the really important thing about salvage. I highly recommend everybody who plays this game does salvaging. You don't need to do upgrading. You don't need to do crafting. You should totally do salvaging and re-engineering. Because even if you have... I'll pull one of my lower level things here. Even if you have this lower level tier, Mark 12 rare, which is not that great of a weapon, you can still say, hang on. So right now, this is increasing my accuracy, and my crit hull, or crit something. I'm not sure. Hang on, what's that doing? Crit chance? I'm not sure what crit H does, but whatever. It's apparently that is crit severity. My bad. So I don't want that, so I'm going to go ahead and randomize that. So I increased my damage, so I'm going to lock in damage. I actually want to keep damage. So let's go ahead and randomize the other two. Another damage. Perfect. So we're going to lock in my second damage, and we can get a third damage, and I kind of want a third damage. So there's a crit D, which I don't want. Here, let's go and do another one. We'll just keep doing this here. I've found I actually have pretty good chances on this, which of course now I'm going to screw up on this constantly. There you go. Boom. Damage times 3. Now this thing is doing substantially more damage because I changed it from accuracy crit to damage. And all this costs is dilithium, salvage, and a little bit of luck. And overall, the chances are pretty good to get what you want because if you're paying attention, there's usually only about 4 or 5 things you can have on any given suffix. This is a great system. Unlike most of the other crap that I've been complaining about over the last 10 minutes, this is awesome, and I highly recommend anybody playing this game, even on a normal, once a week, super casual kind of a way, looks into re-engineering, tweaking, and of course, salvaging. So I should probably explain how to salvage really quick. Salvage is super easy. You hit the salvage button, which also brings up the upgrade pane we've been looking at. You go down to salvage. You salvage all unprotected items. You get salvage. You're good. I did not know that Sluggeretta. Super gross. I spit upon them. Let's run my inventory a little bit here. Now, these stupid battery items, these suck and I hate them. I'm sure some people use them. I am not one of those people. Fix that. There we go. And yeah, by the way, what you want is up to you. This kind of ties back into the builds thing. Maybe you want damage, maybe you want accuracy, maybe you want crit chance, maybe you want crit damage, maybe you want the ability to drain every time you attack. Maybe there's a bunch of other stuff too. There's a lot of suffixes. And this applies not just to weapons, of course. This applies to armor and the like too. Or, for example, here, I'll pull up my shields. Where's my shields, for example? Sure. So here we have resistance to disruptor damage, Tetrion damage, and regeneration. So, cool, right? I can resist these specific things. But, maybe I just want regeneration. Well, I can't do that because these two can't do regen. So this can only resist specific damage types. So maybe I could just do, like, resist disruptor. That might be useful, etc. So there's all sorts of things you can do with the re-engineering thing. It's an awesome system. I highly recommend looking into it and making sure that you have a mega crit quantum torpedo launcher like I do. Mega crit! Anyways, look at that. Crit D, crit D, crit D, crit D, crit D, crit H. I love this quantum torpedo. This thing is just... whatever it looks at is just dead. That's 100% crit severity, by the way. Anyways, oh god, it's someone from the future. I need to... hold on here. So, re-engineering. Re-engineering. Okay, so I talked about salvaging, I talked about the economy, I talked about fleets. I think we're actually getting to the point where I'm almost done talking about most of the stuff. There is one last thing I want to talk about, but I think I'm going to wait on that right now. Because I'm mostly covering mechanics stuff. There's a lot of ground stuff we haven't covered yet. I will talk about that when we start doing ground stuff on this character. Which isn't now. Admiralty. Oh, right. Okay, so, yeah, okay. No, you're right, you're right. Okay, so there's something called DOF missions and Admiralty missions. They're the same basic thing. These are dumb. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. So if you do these missions, they get you a absolutely minuscule amount of expertise and dilithium and experience within a certain track. I actually showed those tracks off before, like I have maxed out diplomacy, for example. This stuff gets you very little. The stuff that this gets you is titles, which I don't give a damn about personally. It unlocks missions, which are unique to this, so it unlocks more of the same. And occasionally gets you something worth a damn. For example, I have the ability to transwarp to Deep Space Nine, and K7, and I think one other place. Specifically because I maxed out diplomacy. That was the only reason I maxed out diplomacy. Everything else is just kind of whatever. Like, you can get a DOF if you go to make rank 4 of medical. That's cool. This is a huge waste of time. It is a colossal waste of time. Thank you, Indiana Joe, for not being a waste of time. I will jot that down to the game of your choice once you let me know what that is. If you want to do the diplomacy one, you can. It takes a while. I'm just going to tell you, it's a pretty grindy thing. And what you do is you just go here and you say, okay, diplomatic. You do a diplomatic mission, you plan it, you send out your people. They're gone for several hours, they come back. It's a mission board. You can technically level with these and get some dilithium and money from them. These are not worth your time or effort. Admiralty. Admiralty is even more self-contained than the previous one. The difference is Admiralty can actually get something worth a damn. Basically, Admiralty is the same concept, same exact format even. The difference is it uses your ships, and it can be more rewarding. Whether it's still worthwhile or not, it's debatable. So for the duty officers, if I start a mission, come on. What I need for this mission to succeed is I need someone who has... it's not going to tell me here, is it? Hang on. Let's go back to here. So what I require is a diplomat, counselor, advisor, security, bartender, chef, and entertainer, which is what the DOFs can do, right? I have never watched House. No, I'm sorry. And each of those, there's traits that have a higher chance of success and traits that have a lower chance of success. And that changes up the crit, success, failure, and disaster. I should probably mention that you can permanently lose your DOFs doing this. So that's another reason to not do this. Admiralty. Now, the Admiralty, instead of having those kind of requirements, which you have is a requirement for engineering, tactical, and science. You need to fill up 70 engineering, 70 tactical, and 175 science to do this mission, okay? So let's look at our ships here. So we need a big engineer. Let's see. Got a bunch of ships here, my goodness. By the way, generally speaking, the way you get ships for this is if you have that ship then you get the Admiralty version of that ship. Each of them have their own stats. Some of them have their own bonuses things. There's actually a surprisingly large amount of variety to this whole system. Let's go ahead and add whatever. You can sort to make this a little bit easier. I'm just kind of eyeballing because I don't care that much. We'll go ahead and pull up the Heg. And then we need more science. We need a lot of science. We need tons of science. We need all the science. That's throughout this thing. There we go. Perfect. So we have now successfully filled out the requirements. You can see in the bar up there that's filled, and we have a 70% chance to crit. Cool. You can also get special stuff. That right there, it actually tells you the specific types of things that you can get. In that case, that's crafting materials. These missions get you rep with that particular campaign, experience, and the possibility of getting items or money or whatever. There's a few other things. As you can see, each one gets you different kind of stuff. The Romulans tend to get you something. I actually forget what. The Ferengi tend to get you money, if you care about that. You know, a lot of dilithium, that kind of stuff. Federation tends to get you items. Shrug, right? And research materials. It's still something I would recommend not doing, to be completely honest with you. But unlike the DOFs, which is just a pain and stupid, Admiralty is at least a inoffensive, let's call it, side thing. And again, it's really easy to just get ships for that because every ship you get is added to the Admiralty roster. So that's why I have so many ships here, because I've gotten all these ships over the years. Shrug. So in terms of mini games, I'm actually willing to give a negative for the DOF system and a neutral for the Admiralty system because it's still not great. Okay. Let's talk about endeavors. All right, so endeavors, you don't have to do endeavors at all. They're completely optional. You see them over there on the right. So the way this works is every day you get a green, a yellow, and a red endeavor. Every 2 days, 2 or 3 days, you get a universal endeavor. Everyone gets the same universal endeavor. Everyone in the entire game has participated in a PvP match right now. Probably after Undiscovered Country, Trihexia. But the personal ones are exactly that. There's a fairly large pool of endeavors you can get from that. Endeavors is a neat concept. Let's start with that. Because endeavors... So first of all, endeavors give you research materials, money, the lithium, just currency, right? They also give you, and this is far more importantly, they give you endeavor experience. Talk about that in a second. Green gives you the least, yellow gives you more, red gives you even more. It is hypothetically possible to have the same endeavor on all three, but that's extremely rare. I've only seen a 2-up. I've never seen a 3-up before. So, for example, right now I had gain salvage, go kill Borg, I think, and, of course, destroy Undine ships. Actually, I think I can check here, can I? Oh, I'm sorry, it was deal phaser damage. There's also several guides which tell you where you can do these endeavors, which is the important part. So here's the cool part. Here's the part that I like about endeavors. First of all, they're rewarding. But second of all, they convince you to go do stuff. They convince you to go play the game. Dealing phaser damage in space, destroying Undine ships, gaining salvage. You can have to go kill a specific type of unit, or destroy destructible objects, or maybe go do a specific system patrol, or maybe do a specific type of TFO. There's a lot of these. They try to get you out there and doing the game. That's the thing I like about it. And there's the rewards, and it tells you what you get. Dilithium, energy credits, marks. You get marks of your choice. One of them is played Dabo. I've gotten most of my GPL from playing that and killing people. And, of course, you can reroll off. So rerolls, you get your reroll tokens from these. If you reroll them off, I'll just do it here just to show it off. You get another random thing. Deal Tetrion damage in space. So I can't do that. So I'm going to skip that one. Deal anti-proton damage in space. So I can't do that either. Destroy Voth ships. I can do that. Cool. No problem. I do that. I get the reward. It's cool. Reroll tokens cost dilithium. What another attempt to try and pull dilithium out of the system. Here's the benefit of it. You'll notice I'm not even showing my ground stuff. So these are like Paragon levels if you ever played Diablo 3. Each endeavor level you gain gives you 1 point to put into 3 random things. That's the downside. It is 3 random things, so it can include ground stuff. You'll notice I actually have several points in ground things because sometimes it gives you 3 ground points. But what I mean by that is I can increase my turn rate, or my crit chance, or my energy chance. It's all stats. It's all basic stats. Impulse speed, control resistance. On the ground side, you have shields, ranged weapon damage, sprint speed. You get it. These slowly but surely increase your stats as you're doing endeavors. They are completely optional. It's a final form of min-maxing. I mostly do it for fun, to be completely honest. You notice I'm only endeavor rank 36. I'm nowhere. These are also account-wide. That is important for those of you who do alts. And you could, and I'd love to show you it off, but I literally can't. Actually, hang on. 2,450? Oh, I totally can. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that is absolutely worthwhile over time, but if you don't want to, there's really no detriment for not doing it. So I'm going to show this off super quick here. And then I'm going to chop off for lunch, because I still haven't thrown that thing in the oven. Endeavors are the definition of bonus points. You really don't have to do these. They can also kind of challenge your knowledge of the game by virtue of trying to track, okay, I need to kill 3 Tholian captains. Okay, I'm going to go to Nukara. Or maybe I want to gain a specific amount of salvage, but I don't have any gear. Okay, I'm going to go to this one specific system patrol, right? Again, there are also guides that tell you where that stuff is, including on the wiki, if you're not familiar with where to do it or how to do it or whatever. Obviously, the game doesn't get credit for those guides. I'm just pointing it out. By the way, this is Transwarp. We're currently going Warp 33. I could go faster, but I like my current setup. So, our current endeavor is destroy 10 Voth ships. Now, there's a little bit of RNG here. So let's head into here. Minor spoilers. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's see where we're at in the timer. Because if we're not in a good time, I might just give up on this. What we got? What we got? Wrong button. Let's switch over here. One thing I will also say is the community in STO isn't like as awesome as, say, the community in FF14. But generally speaking, people tend to be cool in STO. Like, I very, very rarely run into trolls or assholes or leeches or any other crap that tends to be in MMOs. People are just generally chill in here. Looks like our first option was the best one. Alright, so back to the big one. Yeah, ESD, DS9, First City, and I guess that's kind of it, or kind of the towns. There's a few other places people hang, but those are the big ones. Okay, so this sucks, actually. We're at really bad timing. We're in the middle of an Undine event. Don't actually worry about it. How far are these? Yeah, don't worry about all that pollution down there on that planet. It's cool, it's cool. Don't worry about it. One of them's the irritating one, too. I can go to the other map, but I don't actually know where to find Voth over there. It's probably sad. I've always done it here. By the way, fun fact. You notice that says Voth controlled right there in red? Those are Undine controlled. I'm not going to share where we are right now, because this is technically spoilers. I was just going to do this really quick.
What do you need?
Apparently I need to just leave. I thought I could... There are a bunch of people here. But again, it would take a few minutes. Leave the map. No, how do I leave? Oh god. I can't leave. I'm trapped forever. Alright, hang on. Let's just do this really quick. Ahem. The hell is that? Oh, that's that stupid Emerald Chain ship. God, I hate that thing. All right. Minefield, huh? So that's over here, I think. Yeah, that's good. Towards the minefield. Ba -ba -dum -ba. Ground zone is actually pretty cool. I like the ground zone here. I spent a while in there back when it first came out. It's actually probably my favorite adventure zone, by the way, overall. Sorry my ship's so slow. It's a big zone. Keep up. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm clearly just in orbit over this planet here. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Let's hit the fog zone here. Yeah, I forget what... is that it? No, that's not it. I was promised Voth! Maybe this thing? I was lied to. Okay, seriously. Yes, I wish to do your quest. I accept your quest. Frickin' Voth, I swear. Here's a random question. What's the most irritating enemy type in this game for you to play? Yeah, you notice I'm trying to dodge around spoilers here, for those of you who know where we are and what we're doing. This is reasonably far into the game, where we're at right now. Oh no! Let's go with space. We did it. We killed one Voth ship. Yeah, I was thinking Nakul, although actually no, it's the Discovery Klingons are probably the most annoying for me. Because they do the beam a torpedo onto your bridge ability, which is irritating to begin with. And they also do... Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm going the wrong way? No, I guess I'm going the wrong way. But they also do the... Make your engines go overload for a few seconds, sending you way out of the back. Which, there's no tactical advantage to that. It's just like, hey, we're going to make you run for a minute. Oh, 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 where are those? Where are those? I see him. I see him on the map. I see ships. Are they mines? Are they up, down? Where are they? Oh. How dare they actually use the transporter as a weapon? What do they think they are? Me? Ships! That are not off for some frickin' reason. see him down there. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and give up on this. We're gonna call this a wash. Actually, you know what? No, we're gonna do one other thing. I know what we're gonna do. Real quick. Real quick. Before we give up completely forever and ever. I did get one. I did get one. It's weird how fast it's faster to get around by leaving the system under certain circumstances. Yeah, okay. So
The planet killers have been revealed. Make your way to their locations.
we're just gonna do this. Screw
The
it.
planet killers are now active. We have 10 minutes to destroy as many as possible.
Where's the nearest one? Ignore the planet killers. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. Everything's fine. So there's one over there, one over there. Where's the third one? It's gotta be way over there. Yep. I guess we'll go to this one. I'm thinking about ordering food anyways. Let's see. Is there anything I can order instead of... Because I've long since lost my ability to throw something into the oven. Let's see here. Got it. I'll get Italian. Actually, I haven't had Italian in a while. It's gonna take forever to get here, though. That's the problem. Oh no, it's a planet killer. Go down the list.
The planet killer is invulnerable. Use the Romulan singularity to destroy its shielding.
Don't have to. Shame I don't have to kill Undi and I'd be done already. Pizza. Not a lot of good pizza places. There's one good, decent, actually, pizza place. I'm gonna think about that for a second. No issues whatsoever, Zach Taft. It makes perfect sense forever and ever. Best food in Star Trek? Riker's eggs. Oh, that's a good question, Mike Romano. I mean, sushi is the go-to there, but other than that, I don't know. Italian does sound good. It's just gonna take too long to get here. Listen, nobody likes continuity, Zach Taft. Continuity is the worst. Hates it. Luthor's not even here to hear me say this, which is perfect.
The protective bubble is down. Go after the planet killer.
Don't mind me, I'm just gonna tank that planet killer beam to the face there. Because I'm just that much of a thug.
The planet killer has been destroyed.
Alright, it has. Zach, see, Lunaruth gets it. She understands. Yeah, I hate New Trek because it has so much continuity. And that's just an anathema. Anathema? Anathema? To me. It's the worst. Hey, I could get Chuck E. Cheese's. Why would I order Chuck E. Cheese's delivery? What in God's name? Someone explain that to me. Yeah, everyone I've heard says they like Strange New Worlds. I haven't seen it yet, of course. But I've heard good stuff.
The shielding is down. Focus fire on the planet killer.
Okay, do I have to? Ignore someone opening up a Badlands rift in the middle of the planet killer there. It's fine. But everything's fine. I'm a little bit too far to the right.
The planet killer has
that's
been
why.
destroyed.
By the way, this is the other irritating enemy in the game. The
All
Undine.
3 planet killers have been destroyed.
Because those
Excellent
frickin'
work.
things right there. Hate those so much. God.
The Undine will return, but we have... Belay that. There is a massive Voth fleet inbound.
Alright, let's go kill some
All
Voth.
ships, return to the staging area. We must prepare for the Voth.
Hey, look! It's the dumbest ship in the game. I can really show this thing off. Remember how big my ship is? Remember how stupidly huge my ship is? Hang on. Look at that. Look at that. Also, it's flat as hell. Look at this stupid thing. God, I hate this ship so much. Oh, it's just... And it looks wrong. Like, it looks like it's two ships smashed together. Like, you got the saucer doesn't naturally flow into the rest of it. It's just... God, it's just the worst.
Destroy all the primates.
Anyways, I gotta go kill
Sphere
Voth.
will belong to us.
Let's go kill some Voth. Yeah, the whole ship's 1 deck tall and 7 miles across. I don't know the actual size. Yeah, Daniels is just hanging out, doing his thing. I gotta get over here. Other people are gonna Shrek these before I can even tag them if I don't hurry. Time to show the Voth why we don't take too kindly to their kind around here. We don't like dinosaurs around this part. God, I didn't even get pulled out of frickin' full impulse. Honestly, that's much smaller than I thought, if I'm Elward, because that thing is... looks much bigger than that. Killing dinosaurs, killing dinosaurs. I mean, it's a temporal dreadnought, so that's whatever. And done. Okay. We did it. Took us a few seconds. And minutes. So endeavors, right? Hang on, let's get out of here, first of all. Let's avoid the spoiler range. Let's just nope out of here. So. Oh, they totally are Drax, yeah. Alright, so let's head back to Sol. And while we're heading back to Sol, endeavors. So, having accomplished that, it gives me the Endeavor Pack, which, you know, it contains all the stuff we already talked about. But it also gives me enough experience to gain an Endeavor level. Now, as soon as I spend an Endeavor level, what happens is this. So, it's randomized. This is the contrast here. I gain the ability to raise any one of these things by 1 point. Obviously, I don't give even the tiniest flying damn about the ground side of things, so generally speaking, even if there's only one space thing and it's something I don't care about, like exotic space damage, I'm probably going to go with space over ground. That being said, in this case, we actually have a good one, crit chance. That's actually a really nice one, so we're going to grab that. And we now have a plus 2% crit chance for our account because of the endeavors. Again, it's very similar to Paragon points from over Diablo 3. all that just to show that off, I swear. Apparently it's per character, not per account. That's actually news to me. I suppose I could test that super quickly. Those reset daily, obviously, and we're almost at Soul. There's level 359, we'll show that off, don't worry. We're actually reasonably fast. We're going warp 12.34 here. Yeah, Bob's Grill is over there. Sorry. And Ryza. Do you know Ryza's in this game? I suppose I should actually go to Ryza, shouldn't I? Whatever. I will show off Ryza, even though it's not a part of the review. So... Remember, events are not a part of the reviews for MMOs. We decided that back in FF14. We're carrying that forward into future games. Just looking around for any cool ships to show off, other than, of course, the Vengeance, which remains dumb. So, easy way to test. We'll just pop over to, I don't know, you, I guess. I don't even have endeavors on this character. Holy crap. Hang on. I think I need a 65. Of which I only have 2. Let's do him. He's probably a higher chance of actually having it. Yep, nope. Per account. As you can see, I have the same endeavors. In fact, I even have the same endeavors filled. So I was right. Yay for being correct. Woo. So endeavors are per account. So all my other characters benefit from this, regardless of sides. So yay for being correct. All right. I wasn't sure either, admittedly, because I only really play the one character. That's why I'm like, you know, let's just find out. Let's just do it the old-fashioned way. Anyways. I'm gonna go ahead and chop off for lunch, figure out something to eat, probably just cereal if I'm being honest. I'll see you all after the lunch break.